guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Looks like it's that time once again. Here we roll. So shall I say ready or not? Here we go. It'll be a Monday. Yeah, that's always the tough one. Close out the weekend. You gotta get back to the old grind. And we're wrapping up the 17th day of January. Time zone to time zone. We'll be working our way into January 18. For 2021. Hope you had a good weekend. Football fans. Well, depending on who your favorite team is. Yes, some are happy. We went from 8 teams in the mix. We're down to 4. There were some pretty good games, though. Got to watch most of the Tampa Bay game a bit earlier. I'm sure at some point, if he's out there on the road tonight, we'll be hearing from old Knucklebuster. He made the call last week. Tom Brady, TB12 as he's calling him. So Tom Brady with a victory over the New Orleans Saints. That was the Old Farts Bowl, the Old Farts game, right? Tom Brady, Drew Brees. Yeah, some saying, might that have been Drew Brees' last game? Kind of, yeah, the speculation is. But we'll look over some of the big games over the weekend. You might have won some money, but I don't think nobody hit the big one, the big money. So this week, the lottery mania is going to be in full swing. Of course, last night, Saturday night, 11 o'clock, they drew the numbers for the Powerball, which was up to like $640 million. No winners. I went in. I think I bought five shots at it and just waited to have it scanned to see See if I won anything. I mean, even like $5 or whatever. He said, no, nothing. I said, did anybody win? He said, no, it's already at like $740 million for the next drawing. And of course, the night before, they're on Friday night. They had the Mega Millions draw, which was at like 750 million. There was no winner, so that's going to be at least $850 million, depending on sales. Those numbers would be subject to possibly go up before the drawings take place this week. There's a lot of people, myself included. I don't typically buy the big lotto games. I'll buy some scratch-offs and things like that, but I don't play the daily picks or the pick three and all that stuff. When it gets big, everybody and their brother jumps in to try to win that mega jackpot, $850 million. Could you imagine? So, yep, there you go. No big winners over the weekend. Maybe this week. We've been here before, though. I think the largest jackpot from, 2018 got up to like $1.5 billion. It was just unbelievable. But hope you had a good weekend once again as we get things underway. On a Monday, we'll take a look at our travelers' weather. It is a much quieter night tonight on the national radar scene than we've seen going back to much of last week. We started with our big rainstorm out in the Pacific Northwest that turned into the massive windstorm sweeping from Montana through the Dakotas, Nebraska. We had talked about truck rollovers taking place with those high winds. I had the story under the industry headlines. We got the numbers out of Wyoming. On just one stretch of I-80, there were like 18 trucks blown over by the high winds. I'm sure all over the northern tier of the country. There were a lot of trucks on the side of the road. Then, of course, you had the slippery conditions. I was watching the Weather Channel this past day, and they were showing some of the dash cam video of trucks jackknifing right in front of like trooper cams. So it's all caught on tape. Some very close calls. One was a fairly decent-sized box truck that went sideways and looked like it was going to completely cross the median into oncoming traffic. Miraculously, the driver of that truck was able to, it didn't roll. He was able to save it and got it back on the road, but I'm sure he needed a change of underwear after that particular event. Let's take a look at our travelers' weather as we get the new week underway. Big week, right? Another week where we're now counting down the hours before Donald Trump will be exiting the White House, and Joe Biden will be sworn in as next president of the United States. The forecast for Inauguration Day is not looking too bad. Biden, I think the spokesperson said they are planning to move ahead with the outdoor event. The only thing that might change that would be security concerns, but at least for the moment, that's the plan. But winter lovers in the Northeast, you've been kind of disappointed. It's been a pretty mild January. We're well past the halfway mark of the month now. Forecasters tell us a return to conditions more typical for January is underway. As we wrapped up the week and headed into the weekend, we saw that storm pushing across the Great Lakes into the Northeast. A pretty expansive swath of snow across those regions. Accumulating snow from that storm also blanketed portions of the Ohio and Tennessee valleys. Yeah, we've been dealing with more or less snow showers. You'll pick up a little burst of snow, maybe get a dusting. Ground was white Sunday morning, but melted during the day, and flurries continued off and on through the day. Ground's white again tonight. The only places I'm seeing any, and it's not even winter weather advisories, it's just they call it a special weather statement. The southernmost reaches of Indiana, much of Kentucky, with the exception of just the westernmost reaches of Kentucky, and on down into central Tennessee, much of West Virginia. The special weather statement is these continuing snow showers through the overnight hours. It's not going to amount to much as far as accumulation. For most areas, you may pick a dusting or a half an inch up, but it would be enough to slicken up, especially the bridges and overpasses. So just watch out for that. As the storm tracked out of the northeast and on up into Atlantic Canada this past day, the totals continue to increase across northern New England. By later Monday morning, a large swath in that part of the country will be seeing over a foot of snow on the ground, picked up over the weekend. In some of those most persistent bands, I think when you add the lake enhancement, there may be some totals of 40 inches. Yeah, a couple feet of snow. That's going to be at places like the western Adirondacks. Several locations in the Adirondacks, the Green and White Mountains, Sunday morning already had 16 to 20 inches on the ground, and it had continued to snow through much of the day. Sunday, generally lighter snow, and some of those showers are going to linger further to the west. We were just talking about southern Indiana, on down into Kentucky, West Virginia, on over into parts of Pennsylvania and West Virginia. The exception of areas downwind of Lake Erie, Lake Michigan, Lake Ontario, any additional snow accumulations less than an inch are likely across the Midwest and portions of the Northeast. Snowing conditions, according to forecasters that have been overspreading the Midwest and the Northeast last few days, these are the signs, they tell us, of a pretty significant pattern change coming down the line. The atmospheric pattern setting up in a manner that's going to bring multiple rounds of relatively weak storm systems across, diving southward from central Canada over the next week or so. These storm systems will not have a whole lot of moisture with them. So overall, the snowfall accumulations with each passing disturbance should be relatively light. They typically call those the Alberta Clippers, the Clippers that just move through disturbance. Again, but they don't have a whole lot of moisture to tap into. But the first in that string of weak systems develops over the Great Lakes today, and that's going to bring some snow showers and flurries to much of the northeastern quarter of the country as we get the new week started here. Although major snow accumulations not expected across most of the Midwest and the Northeast this coming week, we'll see these periodic rounds of light snow that'll cause some travel issues. Sometimes a light snow can give drivers a kind of a false sense of security out there, thinking the road conditions might not be bad. But at times, these minor snowfall events can actually lead to more traffic accidents than even a major snowstorm. We're going to be watching travel along parts of I-80, 86, and 90. Need to remember the weather, be weather aware much of this week, and watch for rapidly changing conditions. The center of Monday's weak storm is going to push east on Tuesday, track it into the northeast. Then another round of snow showers likely targets the same areas blanketed by snow over the weekend, portions of New York, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia. In the wake of this storm, the lake effect snow machine comes back alive once again later on Tuesday. As I go for the next week, the zone of steadiest snow and higher accumulations will be downwind of the Great Lakes, with overall ice coverage almost non-existent. I mean, it hasn't been bitterly cold, so we're talking less than 2% ice coverage over the Great Lakes. In other words, the waters are wide open. So the cold air tracking over those relatively warm waters will help enhance snowfall accumulations in the typical snow belts. Another weak disturbance possible on Thursday, nearly identical impacts to what we'll see for Tuesday's storm. In addition to the snow flying in the air, some accumulation on pavement may bring some slippery travel. Then a return to colder, more typical conditions this week is going to make it feel more like winter, more of a wintry feel into at least maybe midweek. High temperatures each day will be topping out in the 30s from the Great Lakes through portions of Pennsylvania, southern New York, teens and 20s for much of the interior New England. Temperatures in that range, that'd be more akin for normal for mid-January for the Midwest and the Northeast. So far this January, it's been pretty mild for much of the Midwest and the Northeast. As of Sunday morning, Some of our locations like Toledo, Ohio, Springfield, Massachusetts, have recorded temperature departures from average so far this month. I mean, like a whopping 7 to 8 degrees above normal, respectively. That's pretty significant. Forecasters have been monitoring the return of very Arctic air to the northern tier of the country, with each weak system that dives into the Midwest and the Northeast this week, you'll begin to notice chillier and chillier air that's going to settles in over those portions of the country. In some cases, it's looking to stick around for a while. But that's what you get. It is the middle of winter. We'll check some of our weather elsewhere around the country. We're going to be watching a system sliding along the Pacific coast as we get the new week underway. They could really use some rain in the southwestern tier of the country. It's been bone dry. Had a big Santa Ana wind event they were talking about as we get the new week started. We saw a high wind yesterday. More of that will be in the offing here in the coming days. Then, of course, looking toward the big day, Wednesday, Joe Biden becoming the 46th president of the United States officially on the west front of the U.S. Capitol, alongside Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. This upcoming Inauguration Day, much different than it's been in past years. One normal thing will be the limited audience that's physically there to witness this, what they call historic day. At this point in time, according to forecasters with AccuWeather, weather looks to cooperate as best it can, considering this is being held outdoors in the middle of January in the Northern Hemisphere. These weak storms we were talking about, one storm's going to track through the Northeast Tuesday and Tuesday night. Looks like any precip from that particular system should be confined to the north and west of the D.C. metro area. Dry conditions likely to be in place for the district for Wednesday. You could see a few lingering snow showers possible to the north and west of the city. Inauguration Day itself begins with temperatures in the lower 30s. About sunrise, you will deal with some brisk winds in the morning, so it's going to make it feel much colder. It's going to feel like you're maybe in the middle to upper 20s. So for those that are in attendance, you'll need to bundle up. Temperatures will slowly climb to the 30s through the morning on Wednesday as the sun tries to make an appearance. As President Biden's term begins at the noon hour, mercury will probably be reading in the upper 30s, maybe near 40 degrees. Wind chill's going to make it feel like you're in the middle 30s. Immediately following the ceremony, the forecast for a daytime high about 44 should be reached, which isn't bad. That's about normal. Normal high temperature for the 20th day of January in our nation's capital is 43 degrees, so pretty much right on target. So actual air temperatures close to normal for this week's inaugural events in our nation's capital. Now, haven't paid the closest attention to the news over the weekend. I did not really catch anything as far as any sort of violence taking place at any of our state capitals around the country. We did learn that there were some bad actors in the mix on Wednesday, January the 6th, and some new information about the FBI, for whatever reason, kind of concerned about what they call an insider attack possibly taking place this week. And then on over I think there's a big rally, a march, gun owners, gun rights activists that are going to be marching today, headed into, I think it's at Richmond, Virginia, if I'm not mistaken. We'll delve into that here a bit more coming up. But many of our state's capitals on edge, as they say, for this inauguration week. One of these actors, though, I mentioned there were some bad players in the mix in our nation's capital. Again, these individuals not per se incited by Donald Trump to storm the Capitol. They had come in with all intentions and plans of doing just that. One was a retired Air Force officer that was part of the mob who was carrying plastic zip tie handcuffs because, according to the prosecutor, he intended to take hostages. He means to take hostages. He means to kidnap, restrain, and perhaps execute members of the U.S. government. So said the U.S. Attorney Jay Weimer, speaking of retired Lieutenant Colonel Larry Rendell Brock Jr. He did not provide any specifics, though. The prosecutor argued that Brock needed to be detained, but the magistrate said he would release Brock to home confinement. A judge ordering Brock to surrender any firearms and said he could have only limited internet access as condition of that release. The judge says, I need to put you on a very short rope. These are strange times for our country, and the concerns raised by the government do not fall on deaf ears, the judge said. He appeared in court in a light green jumpsuit, a mask, and shackles on his hands and feet. The prosecutor didn't detail a specific plan that this guy had, but did note his prior experience and training made him all the more dangerous. He also read in court some of the social media posts from Brock, including one posted on the day of the Capitol riot that said, quote, Patriots on the Capitol, Patriots storming, men with guns need to shoot their way in. He was arrested last Sunday, a week ago, yesterday in Texas, after being photographed on the Senate floor during that riot, wearing the helmet, the heavy vest, and the zip tie handcuffs. He's been charged with knowingly entering or remaining in a restricted building or grounds without lawful authority, violent entry and disorderly conduct on the Capitol grounds. His attorney noted that Brock has only been charged with misdemeanors at this point in time. And his lawyer said there's no direct evidence that he was one of those that were actually breaking doors or windows to get into the Capitol or doing anything violent once he got inside. So, a lot of talk, a lot of speculation, a lot of conjuring, according to the lawyer. He noted Brock's long service in the military, including being reactivated after September 11 of 2001, and ultimately doing four tours in Afghanistan. So what were his intentions? Maybe one of these days we'll find out. But, I'm kind of surprised the judge released him. But so there you go. We'll get some of our industry headlines here. And a lot of interesting developments. Mentioned all the trucks being blown over by the incredible winds through much of the week this past week. We saw on Friday, let's start with this one. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration has named the 25 people to serve on the Commercial Motor Vehicle Driver Panel. They will serve as a subcommittee to the FMCSA's Motor Carrier Safety Advisory Committee, and they'll give direct feedback to the FMCSA on issues facing commercial vehicle drivers. The FMCSA believes in listening to our drivers and hearing their concerns directly, according to the acting administrator, Wiley Deck. In a news release, he said, we know many of the solutions to the challenges we face don't come from Washington. They come from the hardworking men and women behind the wheel. So this new subcommittee to the MCSAC will help us hear from America's commercial drivers. Now, these 25 drivers are from all sectors of the commercial motor vehicle industry: tractor-trailer drivers, straight truck drivers, motor coach drivers, hazardous material drivers, and agriculture haulers. OOIDA President Todd Spencer, who also serves on the Motor Carrier Safety Advisory Committee, will be the chairman of this panel. How about that? Todd said, we applaud the creation of this panel. It's long overdue, Input from the people on the front lines is crucial for highway safety and efficiency to move our goods and our people. So hearing directly from those that are most impacted by the traffic environment and the rules and the regulations can certainly be a tremendous benefit to the FMCSA and to our lawmakers. For far too long, the FMCSA they'd get a lot of input from some of the big players, always had a keen ear open to like the American Trucking Association. But the everyday drivers, they didn't seem to take a keen interest in hearing from them. This looks to be a step in the right direction. Spencer said he's especially hopeful that these lawmakers pay attention to what the commercial vehicle drivers say, because members of Congress are the ones who provide the marching orders to the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. It may be an eye-opening educational opportunity for the lawmakers out there. So at least for the, again, acting administrator, it looks like a step in the right direction. Take you back out to, here's the scoop out of Wyoming. Yeah, the winds, the major windstorm, multiple truck blowovers last week. According to the Wyoming DOT, the wind event started all the way back on the evening of the 12th, when some parts of the state saw wind speeds up to 105 miles per hour. In the southeastern part of the state, at least 18 trucks blown over before they shut down the roads. They closed the roads to wind because any high-profile vehicles or lightweight vehicles. 7 confirmed blowovers in Laramie County, 6 in Albany County. I believe they had 3 in Carbon County, a couple confirmed over in the Wheatland area. And those sort of scenarios ended up playing out through parts of Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota. What a week it was. Now, we do see a few winter weather advisories in place once again tonight for parts of Montana. We've got one area, eastern and southeastern Montana. Then you get a little break through the central portions of the state, then more winter weather advisories. I'm assuming it's based on elevation. Higher elevations, areas that are likely going to see a bit more snowfall potential. So that's what we're looking at around the country. And right now, I'm not seeing a whole lot in the mix. A little bit of snow, some snow showers east of Helena, then on down into the Montana-Wyoming line. Yeah, you actually have some snow showers over western portions of North Dakota, South Dakota. Yeah, you may see a few snow showers down into central portions of Nebraska as well, as I look at the national radar scene. All right, great to have you with us as we get things underway on a Monday. So here we are, week number 2 of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, coming to you live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Made it through week number 1 with your help, and we'll do it again. How about that? Hopefully the numbers will continue to grow. You need to like us on Facebook, and if you didn't get the message last week, many of you that are kind of watching or listening via the Hotshot Secrets YouTube page, remember to go over to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive YouTube page and subscribe, which I did on Friday morning, as a matter of fact. I subscribed to my own page. Can you believe that? But yeah, when we get 1,000 subscribers, we'll be able to begin streaming live rather than just being able to catch the podcast on that particular venue. And lots of exciting things to come in the coming days around the country. Who gets to be first out of the box for week number 2? It's 844-844-3388. Again, 844-844-3388. Very simple number to remember. What are we going to be looking at here? We'll get some of your calls and lots to cover as we get the new week underway. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios, back after this.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, that brings us right back on a Monday. Here we go. Get the new week underway. Okay, here's the scoop. Dateline, Richmond, Virginia. Capitals around the country on edge. And it looks like this caravan rolls into Richmond at some point today, according to what I'm seeing from the reports directly out of Richmond. Now, they say the pro-gun signs and the flags had all been snapped up from the racks inside Green Top Hunting and Fishing as of Friday afternoon. Around Virginia, buses being plastered with banners, ham radio operators gearing up to coordinate what they're anticipating a potentially massive gun rights caravan there at the state capitol today. Now, as we discussed very heavily in the year 2020, when things had changed with the state of Virginia pretty much officially going totally blue with the House and a Senate and the governor and the implementation of gun restrictions. Right now, the FBI is warning of the potential for far right-wing attacks in capitals around the country. Now, they had told us this through the week, all week last week. Again, I've not seen where anything really unfolded. There were some rallies. There were, in most cases, smaller groups that showed up at some rallies at varying capitals. Some of them were armed, but none of them, to my knowledge, turning violent. So right now, officials are waiting anxiously as the armed demonstrators prepare to converge on Richmond. Now, they're saying there's a lot of online chatter, but we're primarily focused on Monday, that is today, according to Virginia's Public Safety Secretary Brian Morgan, as he spoke on Friday after briefing staffers from the General Assembly. In terms of credible threats, he said, we're monitoring it. Fallout from the mob attack in D.C. has prompted some of the state's self-proclaimed militia groups to say that they will stay away from today's pro-gun demonstration. Now, today, of course, is also Martin Luther King Jr., a holiday also known in Richmond as Lobby Day, for the tradition of citizens coming to petition legislators at the start of the General Assembly session. This year, Halifax County militia will protest the continuing disrespect and invasion of our rights by our absence from Richmond, according to a spokesperson who identifies himself as the leader of this particular militia group. Her statement went on to question the validity of the presidential election, but condemned the violent actions that have taken place, not just on January the 6th, but literally throughout the year 2020 and into 2021, and condemning any attacks on law enforcement. Every group has their own, I guess you'd say, set of beliefs. Some people think all militias are evildoers, hell-bent on overthrowing the government and things like that. This group sounds like they stand up for law and order. We support our men in blue, and we support the rule of law. And again, so they will not be in attendance in Richmond later today. All right, what are we looking at? Let's get to our calls here on a Monday. Get the brand new week underway, see who's first out of the box. I don't know if they gave a name or not. Says, hey, girl.
What's up, buddy?
Hey there.
It's Grump.
What's going on, Grump?
I'll smack you.
When you answered did you say, hey, girl?
No. I said when it come on with that electronic thing, come on and told
Yeah.
say your name. I said the Grump. And it said, hey, girl.
Hey, girl. Hey, girl.
Yeah, what the hell you doing, buddy?
Oh, just
doing all this radio stuff again.
What do you think? Getting settled into the new digs? How you liking that? Are you able to watch? Or are you driving and just listening, kind of thing? Or
yeah, I can watch and listen both. I'm kind of stopped tonight. I got a load right down the road here. I switched jobs. I come over here where Gouger's at, and been doing pretty damn good.
Okay.
We're hauling meat stuff. I kind of got tired of shoveling and, doing that hopper thing. But everything's been, working out really well.
Good deal.
I lost my son here not long ago. He, last weekend, he, 28 years old, had a massive damn coronary, had a massive heart attack. He,
really?
Had a blood clot. Yeah, that got into the lower ventricle of his heart. And they don't know how it got there, how it might have been, something, years ago, a few years ago when he was, he lifts weights and, he hurt his leg a while back, I guess it was about a year or so ago, but they said it could have been that, but it got, they had to put 2 stents in his to get the blood flow again, air vacuum out to Columbia, Missouri. But yeah, he was,
just 28 years old though.
Yeah. Said, he had the Widowmaker.
Wow.
I mean, it just, he was out when just as soon as they got him in the hospital. He just started, he started, a lot of pain in his chest and his arms, stuff like that, and he just went to the gym, and stuff. I mean, he eats well and things. And just think it was some kind of a blood clot, but they got it taken care of. So. Yeah, it was pretty scary, man. That was freaky. I was on the road for that, and had to get home. Because this COVID stuff, they won't let you go to the hospital. You don't know what the hell's going on. They just kind of put you on, on the back burner and then tell you bits of information, and then, but he's doing good now.
That's good.
It just scared the hell out of him, and he's, I don't know, it does something, to you. I mean, of course it would, but it's just really an eye-opening experience, man, how just how fast you can go. I mean, just boom, here he is, a young dude, and I've been all over the damn world and war zones and everything else and never had a scratch on me. And here he's, does everything by the numbers and right. And, just a good dude, and damn near dies from a blood clot. But other than that, man, everything's been going good. Just can't wait for Biden in his pocket full of executive orders that he's going to, start signing on.
I was just looking through some of that. I mean, they're saying day number 1, he may very well cancel the Keystone Pipeline. Just the first 10 days, we're going to be right back in the Paris Climate Accord. There was a whole laundry list of things he's going to do by executive order.
Yep. And that Paris Climate Accord, people don't understand, unless people's actually read about that thing, read what all's in it, that damn thing is primarily funded by the United States. That's why Trump got out of it. It's not just that, over the next 10 years, it's a $6 trillion hit to our economy. Just off the emissions and all the rest of the crap that these morons think that, that they can, roll out there. Possibly up to 20 million manufacturing jobs is going to disappear here in the United States. Just, going green, as they call it. And, man, Steve, I tell you what, man, I've always, and over the years we've talked, and I've said, this country's bigger than any one president or one group of people. But anymore, man, I'm telling you what, it's scary to think, the idiots that are running this country right now, and you just keyed on there a minute ago on Vice President-elect Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
I mean, here's a dingbat that didn't make it through the first round of the debates. People was totally rejected. Nobody took her seriously, not from her own party. And here she's going to be vice president. Now they think she just hung the damn moon. She's just brilliant with everything she says. She's still a dumbass, and it's, Biden here, we got 50 years of this idiot, and not one person can tell me what he's done other than put a lot of blacks and Latinos in jail with his crime bill and his 3 strikes you're out stuff. This is what we're dealing with right now. And you can look back over what Trump's done. How I am, man. I couldn't stand his big mouth. I wished he would have spent more time shutting it and stopping that New York, in your face attitude, and let's do some things, to push on with. But he's done a lot of damn good stuff. He's getting this wall up and running, tax cuts for everybody. That's something else that burnt me up. People would talk about these tax cuts. Well, they're just for the rich. No, he lowered the marginal tax rates on every individual in the United States. And that says something right there, that it wasn't just for the rich. But it's crazy, man, with everything that these guys are, they're talking about doing with the guns and everything like that. They're going to wind up. And this is something that what bothers me is they can come up with this stuff, but people will respond to their freedoms. And that, and I know that. Even the most far left idiots out here want their freedoms. And as soon as they start seeing them get eroded away by these idiots that are taking office and thinking that they can have a little bit more control over stuff, the pendulum's going to move. And it's just the way it is. It's always been like that. But, it's we've talked about it over the years. Elections are won off just a small percentage of the people. And, when you look at the swing voters that vote for anything from, hell, they didn't like, the color of Melania's shoes to, I don't know, some crazy stuff, that's how presidents are elected, off that 7%. We can go back over as far back as, when Bush 41 was running, him, Bill Clinton, and back in them days, had Ross Perot that was running. Ross Perot, he took almost 19% of the vote. Bill Clinton won the election on 42% of the vote. Now that's how close things are. So these presidents that are coming in, when you look at it, Steve, they're coming in right now. Look at Biden. He's going to do everything humanly possible, because he's not by any means stupid. He sees that, and he's probably been told things like that. But they're going to try to keep that 7%, 7, 8, 10% of the voters happy. because those are the ones that are going to, move the pendulum over. They're the ones that can change elections in a flash. And it's, I don't know, instead of, when I was looking at Trump and them, and my questions was why in the hell weren't they talking about the election laws and stuff before it happened? And, you listen to Rudy Giuliani. I was listening to him on TV, and he was talking about, well, let's see how the vote goes. The damn horse is out of the barn by that time. There was absolutely no Supreme Court justices or no judges or anybody that was going to throw out votes and change the election. They just weren't going to do it. So if they, my view is if they would have calmed down in the summer, before, while Pennsylvania and all these other states was talking about changing the election laws, and doing this and doing that, if they would have fought that then and had some ground rules that they could have took to court, I don't think we'd be, worrying about Biden as president right now. I think Trump would have overwhelmingly taken it.
Well, that was one of the big things we talked about when, looking to elect Donald Trump, versus Hillary Clinton 4 years ago. One of the big concerns was, hey, we're going to have some vacancies on the Supreme Court. We all knew, Ruth Bader Ginsburg had one foot in the grave for years. So we were feeling somewhat, pretty good about the fact that Donald Trump had the opportunity to place 3 Supreme Court justices on the bench. Now, is that all going to be for naught? What's your perspective on packing the court and changing things around ASAP so we can have the liberal slant from the highest court in the land?
Well, I don't think they're going to pack the court. I think they're going to understand real close that they may, you might have some idiots that wants to do that, like this AOC, this moron. Why in the hell they're even giving this dingbat any kind of credence at all, I have no idea. She's like this little contentious brat that's, always running her damn mouth about something she don't know anything about. And I don't think they're going to do it, number one. I don't, because, that's the last thing they want, is to ever have a Republican Senate and a Republican Congress that can go in there and wipe these damn laws out and do away with whatever they're trying to do. I mean, it's just going to get, it's like the filibuster rule. Manchin's already said that he didn't want to change the filibuster rule. Well, they put that in there way back in the, I can't remember when, it was way back in the early 1900s. But they did it for a reason, so that it wouldn't be just one party that votes on something and changes laws or makes laws, that everybody would have a voice in the matter. That's why they had the filibuster rule started. Now, look at the ACA, the Affordable Care Act. Well, that went into effect without a Republican vote, number one, because the Democrats had 60 votes in the Senate. They had a filibuster-proof Senate. So they were able to enact that law. But if they would have had 59 votes, and they would have had somebody that could filibuster it, if they could have got a filibuster going on that, then we wouldn't be talking about it today. But I don't think the Democrats are that stupid. You still got a lot of these old dogs in there, like Nancy Pelosi. She may rattle a few sabers and stuff like that. That old bat knows damn well that, that what goes around comes around. And when they start changing things to suit them, one of these days they're not going to be in power, and it's going to go right back to the way it was, or it's going to be increased to fit the party in power. And this is something that I don't know. I don't really. It doesn't really bother me a lot that they're talking about this, because I just don't see it happening. And if judges was to get on the court anyway, and they were just to look at put their parties aside, or whoever put them in office, and just look at what the law says and follow the Constitution to a T, we wouldn't have anything to worry about. But the fact is that they don't do that. So many of them are activist judges, like turning prisoners loose and doing this and doing that. I'd if I was in the Justice Department, I'd bring every one of them damn judges that are circumventing the laws and things like that. I'd bring them up on charges, and they actually can do that. They can bring them up on obstruction of justice charges. Look the one up in New York not long ago. There were 2 down in Texas that got up on obstruction charges, and that's they're taken removed from the bench when that happens. I mean, there's a lot of things that they need to look at that, when you look at what's going on in this country, Steve, a lot of judges and a lot of the law enforcement, that can bring these charges, they just don't have the stomach for it. They don't want to take a chance on saying, well, hey, I brought this judge up on charges and then, it fell through. Well, hell, if they had prosecuted and continue on with the charge instead of, getting cold feet, then we could, a lot of this stuff would come to a head and it would stop. But they don't do that.
Yeah.
The laws are for certain people. And, I've gotten arguments with people about, hell, we're going to see, Hillary Clinton. And you remember how that was. She's going to be wearing a jumpsuit, striped. No, she's not.
Yeah.
There's nothing.
As much as we'd like to see it, we knew it was never going to happen, right? Yeah. I mean, and now they're talking, I think this week, they're going to be releasing a quote, what Lindsey Graham, I think, has declassified all these documents in regards to the Russian collusion delusion thing. And they're saying, we may get the virtual treasure trove of information. Well, there ain't nothing going to happen with it. And before I'm going to have to move ahead here in a moment. I have one more question for you, though, Grump. For the years that you spent in law enforcement and all this that we're hearing from the FBI and law enforcement, do you think there's anybody that's going to be nuts enough to try to pull some shenanigans in D.C. for Inauguration Day or Richmond later today? Or is it just, think they're being overcautious?
I think they're being a little overcautious. I think a lot of this that's happening now has been because of places like Seattle and places like Portland and some of the others that people has gotten away with so much. And right now they're being a little bit overly cautious with it. And this raid that happened on the Capitol building, that pissed me off, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that things like that, that's our house. I don't care what people's views are. And I would just like to see how many of those people actually voted, went to the polls and voted. Most of the times it's just a bunch of loudmouths. I think they're being overly cautious, but they got every right in the world to be. But it's, as far as what's going to happen, nothing. I don't, you might have a few crackpots that want to, show their butt and make a name for themselves and things like that, Steve. But I think for the most part, common sense is going to weigh in on a lot of this because people are really, really, really getting fed up with all these splinter groups and these idiots that are out here causing all this problems. It's just like, right now. I mean, you got all these mask knots. You walk in some places that doesn't have a mask mandate. I had a lady confront me just not long ago. I'm calling the cops. I said, I don't give a fat rat's butt who you call. There's not a mask mandate, and I'm not wearing the damn thing.
Well, supposedly Joe Biden.
They don't know your situation.
Joe's going to implement a mask mandate also, I think, on day number 1.
Yeah, he said for interstate travel and things like that. Now that's on airplanes and which they're already doing on trains and stuff like that. But if they're talking about truck drivers doing it, wrong. The 49 CFR is pretty specific that if you're, if you have anything that hampers your breathing, your vision, or anything else that could become a safety hazard, you don't do it.
Yeah.
And it's, I see guys all the time that are wearing masks and they got their glasses on and they're fogging up and they're trying to see and take the damn mask off when you're driving a truck. First of all, I don't know COVID can run 80 damn mile an hour and hop in the cab of a truck with you. But, hey, the Chinese are saying now that it survived in ice cream.
It's in ice cream. Yeah. I saw that. I thought it was an airborne or, it's not a foodborne illness. I didn't think you could actually catch it by ingesting it. It's something that gets into your nostrils and your airways. Supposedly you can eat it and not be infected. Maybe they're wrong again. Real quick, from the email bag here, steve@hotshotsecret.com. From our friends Dean and Kathy. Just wanted to let you know I ordered again from Hot Shot Secret. Got some anti-gel this time to try it out. I will continue to buy products from Hot Shot Secret for my trucks because they created this platform for you to get back on the air and keep us informed and entertained. My birthday was Sunday, so I was at the house where we celebrated the big 5-9. Can't believe I'm that old. Oh, well, have a great night. I'll be listening for a while. I'll catch what I miss via the podcast. Thank you so much. And thanks for supporting our friends at Hot Shot Secret. And one thing they did set up, someone had called last week and asked, hey, if I have some info that I wanted to pass your way about an accident or a road closure or something that's happening, and I don't want to hang on for 25 minutes because it'll be kind of outdated, is there a way we can get a message to you? First thing I suggested was an email. Well, they've set it up to where the number, our toll-free number, the 844-844-3388, you can send a text message to that number, and it'll pop up on the screen right in front of me. So just text it over to that toll-free number, and I'll see it. So and I can monitor that throughout the night as the show progresses. And just leave your name, I guess. But give your name because I won't see anything. But it'll say like a phone number and then the message. But if you want to say who's calling, leave your name. And that's a little added feature we've got as we get week number 2 underway. Let me head down to the land down under. Hello,
Steve.
Sylvester. Yes.
What's up, brother?
How the heck are you?
Man?
Uh-huh.
As they say down here, live in the drain, mate. Live in the drain. No, it's been good. In fact, I was going to shoot you some photos of my lunch yesterday because it was pretty awesome. I got a friend of mine who was in Vietnam, and from where I lived previously, and he and his wife were up here, and we took them out to lunch, and the view was amazing. The cool thing was, probably about 10 minutes after we'd been sitting overlooking this beautiful scene, which, like I said, I'm going to shoot this photo to you, the C-130 Hercules comes flying right at us on, because we're elevated, because we're on a balcony overlooking the beach, and he turned with his, so that you could see the undercarriage and everything. He was so close. I didn't get my phone out quick enough to take a photo or a video, but man, that was awesome. And because I was born and raised in Marietta, Georgia, where that airplane was built.
Yeah.
And I got to tell him, that's born and raised in my hometown. And he started telling me about jumping out of a C-130 in Vietnam. So it was pretty awesome. Anyway, how you been, man? You got your first week done?
Doing all right. Yeah, got the new gig going here. So how do you like that, being able to see him on the screen?
Yeah, I don't know. You know the old saying, you got a face for radio.
Oh, yeah, right.
Just kidding. Actually, you know what you need to do? I was looking at this thinking, you know what? We need to send you some stuff over there. So I'm going to have to go get some Australian memorabilia, like an Aussie flag on, because the show's being listened to in Australia, man.
Yeah.
So we gotta do that. What else do we need to do?
Maybe send me a Vegemite sandwich. What the hell is a Vegemite sandwich?
Oh God, man. Okay, so Vegemite. Back in the 1920s, they were trying to come up with something to help the kids be more healthy. So they realized that the sludge in the bottom of the beer vats when they make beer is very high in vitamin B. So what they did, I'm not kidding you, they actually processed it more, and they turned it into a spread that just you put on toast or whatever. You just put it on lightly. But it's very, very high in vitamin B. But if you ever look at any type of food products and you look at it and it says yeast extract, that is Vegemite.
Okay.
And it comes from the process of making beer. So when you make a Vegemite sandwich, I'm trying to think if I've done any photos of one lately. But usually what I do is I put Vegemite on toast, and then I'll put tomato, and tomato. I slipped that one in, and cheese on it, maybe a little bit of cracked black pepper, then toast it again. Yeah, that's a Vegemite sandwich, man.
After all these years,
So I'll have to
listening
see
to
Vegemite.
listening to the men at work sing that song, I often wonder, what is a Vegemite sandwich?
What the hell is the Vegemite
Yeah,
sandwich?
it
Yeah,
doesn't
no
sound
doubt.
real appealing to
Yeah,
me, to be honest. It sounds like you're saying beer sludge. Yum.
it's really, really salty. So you got to it is definitely an acquired taste, man. It isn't real appealing. Most Americans look at it and go, "Oh, it's chocolate," because it's very dark.
Mhm.
Mate, it's not chocolate. It's crazy. When I remember the first time I tried it, thinking again, like it looked like chocolate. Yeah, no, it wasn't. It was pretty disgusting. Because if you eat it straight, so I'm going to shoot you an email with this photo. Oh, can I post it on the? Do you know if I can post it on the Facebook on the Facebook page?
I don't think I've got mine set on where nobody can post on it. If you're a Facebook friend, I mean, people post on it all the time. So
Yeah. No, I mean, because I'm watching it through the Facebook Live.
oh, you mean like via like the Hot Shot Secret page or something? I don't know if you could post there or not.
Yeah. I don't think it can. No, it won't let me. Yeah, no. Yeah, Jimmy Barnes, Driving Wheels, Bumper Music. Oh, yeah, there you go. Actually, some Jimmy Barnes, Working Class Man is probably his biggest song. Who was that? Joe Groves just commented about that, on there. But yeah, actually, where I was working before, Jimmy Barnes would come in all the time. And Leo Sayer was another one that would come in all the time, and John Waters. And because they all lived locally. Now where I'm at, it's a lot bigger of an area and not as much money. So they don't come up here to this new place that I'm working. Do you know who Jimmy Barnes is?
I don't recognize that one. I recognize Leo Sayer. I used to like his music.
Yeah, Leo Sayer. I've talked to him. I've talked to him a bunch of times. He's a really, really, really top-notch guy. It's so cool because, what was it, 50 years ago his first songs came out probably?
Yeah, you make me feel like dancing.
You make me feel like dancing.
When I need love.
A lot of them had dance.
Yeah.
I Can Dance was probably his first.
Yeah.
Remember
that one.
But remember, he had that crazy curly hair, right?
Correct.
He still got it.
Does he? Really?
He still got it. And I remember when I met him, he walked into where I was working, and I talked to him for a little bit. I'm thinking, man, this guy looks familiar. I don't know why. He's not real tall. And we talked. And then when he left, another fellow there said, "You know who that was, right? You know who that was?" I go, "I haven't the foggiest idea. I think he's somebody in music, but I don't know." He said, "That was Leo Sayer." I'm like, "Oh, you got to be kidding me!" And no, it was Leo Sayer. So that was pretty cool.
Hey, someone just mentioned. I saw some of your post about a week ago that you just tied the knot.
Yeah, we got married. Finally, we were supposed to get married last year, but last September. But thank you, COVID, and ended up delaying it till March. But then in November, right at the end of November, when they started easing restrictions again, we said, "Dude, we need to get this done now. We need to get this done quickly." And so we made arrangements. We were going to do it in December, but we ended up because my son's schedule at work, we decided to do it the second week of January. So yeah. So not yesterday for you guys, but the week prior. So yeah,
very good.
That's good too. We had a good time.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks, Ian. It would have been good if we could have had because it's my mom's 80th. My mom, listen to me again. It's my mother's 80th birthday tomorrow. And originally we were scheduled to fly over and spend a month in the States, and that didn't happen. So, but I'll be calling her here shortly. So COVID is a horrible thing. For nothing else, the way people are reacting to it.
Yeah.
So
Well, I've got an uncle that's mighty sick with it right about now. He came down with it. I think he's been like 4 days in the bed. He's going to be seeing the doctor tomorrow, or today, I guess, at some point today. He should have gone sooner, if you ask me. But hey, Sylvester, thank you so much for the call. We're up to top of the. We've wrapped things up for hour number 1. Got a couple lines open though. It's 844-844-3388. We'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Now we go, round number 2 on a Monday. Here we are, making our way into the 18th day of January. 2 days till Inauguration Day. Yep, getting close. And you want to jump in? It's 844-844-3388. Good to have you with us here, and keep on spreading the word. Like to see those numbers going up. I think we're almost halfway to the number we need on the subscribers from the Steve Summers Overnight Drive YouTube page. So keep on sharing that. I shared that a couple of times in recent days. The links are right there. It's very easily to do. It's at 444. So a little over 500 to go, right? 556. There's my elementary math. All right, again, let's look at some of our travelers' weather here as we get another hour off and rolling. We mentioned they really need some rain in parts of the west. As it's typically the case, you don't get a lot of rain in the deserts. And energy from a storm system bringing some needed rain to parts of the southwest early this week. It's going to slide eastward later this week. Ultimately, it's going to bring even some wet weather to the southeastern portions of the country. But this is the disturbance that was sliding over the weekend south along the Pacific coast. That's going to evolve into a pretty potent but beneficial storm system for much of the desert southwest here early this week. The same disturbance that drove those strong winds across California over the weekend continues here into the early portions of the week. It will ultimately turn into a large area of low pressure over Baja California early this week. It will then slowly spin eastward through the desert southwest and northern Mexico into the middle portions of the week. So we'll be watching for some areas of snow and gusty winds across the southern Rockies beginning later Monday into Monday night. As this blast of cold air advances southward through the Rockies today, it's going to meet some of that energy over the southwest. Snow will break out across parts of central and southern Colorado as well as Utah. Monday night, snow expands into northern New Mexico and Arizona. Looks like the greatest snow totals will be focused on the Rockies from southern Colorado into maybe northern New Mexico. We could be talking over a foot of snow between now and Tuesday. Further to the west, some spots across northern Arizona and southern New Mexico. You may pick up several inches, including the Grand Canyon and Flagstaff, Arizona. Overall snow totals are ranging from maybe an inch to a few inches for most areas. But the strong winds also going to be whipping along the leading edge of that cold air as it advances in. Starting later today, gusty winds expand across the deserts of Southern California and southern Nevada into the interior portions of the southwest. These gusty winds then persist across most of the region right on through Tuesday night. So another pretty extended stretch of strong winds. Travel along parts of I-40 and other local routes could become tricky early this week because you're going to deal with reduced visibility, blowing snow, blowing dust where there isn't snow. And again, the risk for blowovers. If you're in those high-profile vehicles, you get caught in the crosswind, while the snowfalls for the higher elevation, lower elevations will indeed receive some beneficial rain. Much of the Southeast remains extremely or in exceptional drought conditions, according to the Drought Monitor. From Tuesday through Wednesday night, rounds of rain will slowly slide eastward across that region. Phoenix, Tucson, maybe Yuma, Arizona. You have not recorded any measurable rainfall since December the 10th of 2020. I mean, well over a month ago. Las Vegas last officially recorded measurable rain on December the 17th. Before that date, the last rain fell April 20th of 2020. So since then, Las Vegas has only recorded 1% of the normal rainfall. Even with this storm, it's not a guarantee Vegas is going to pick up any measurable rain. The storm may track too far to the south, which may leave Las Vegas just kind of chilly and dry again. Now, places like Palm Springs, California, Phoenix, Tucson, Yuma, Arizona, you've got a much better chance of seeing some appreciable rain. Some lucky spots in Southern California, Arizona, New Mexico could pick anywhere from a quarter to a half inch of rain out of this system. Now, it's not going to be anything that's going to eliminate drought conditions, but it will certainly help in replenishing some of the reservoirs. If any of the downpours become heavy enough, we could talk about some flash flooding becoming a greater concern as well. Lastly, the heaviest rain expected to remain south of the border across parts of Baja California, the Sierra Madre, Occidental Mountains there in northwestern Mexico. Those are areas where they will really see the risk for flash flooding, maybe even mudslides. For areas in the southwest that do end up missing on much of this beneficial rain, there may be some more chances, some more opportunities on the horizon here. The storm in the southwest early this week looks like it's going to kind of open the gates for some additional storms over the next couple of weeks. Looks like another storm arrives later this week, which would bring yet another chance for rain and snow to the dry, parched region of the country. There you go, out in the desert southwest. And, of course, you probably, if you're a professional driver, you know, especially when those rains first begin to fall. You've been well over a month with no precip, and things become, it doesn't have to be freezing. The roads become like a sheet of ice with all the oil that rises to the top, oil and vehicle residue. All right, on to, yes, as we were talking with Grump in our first hour, we're already beginning to get a little look, a little taste of what the incoming administration's planning to throw our way. President-elect Joe Biden is planning to cancel the permit for the $9 billion Keystone XL pipeline project as one of his very first acts in office, perhaps as soon as the first day, according to a source familiar with his thinking. Of course, Donald Trump had made building that pipeline a central promise of his presidential campaign. Biden, who was inaugurated, will be on Wednesday, of course, was vice president under the Obama administration when it rejected the project as contrary to our efforts to combat climate change. The words rescind Keystone XL pipeline permit appear on a list of executive actions that are likely scheduled for the first day of his presidency. According to the earlier report by the Canadian Broadcast Corporation, Joe had earlier vowed to scrap the pipeline's presidential permit if he became president. Canada's ambassador to the United States said she'll continue to promote a project that she said will fit with both countries and the environmental plan. There's no better partner for the U.S. on climate action, though, as Canada, We can work together on a green transition. Now, this would move oil from the province of Alberta to Nebraska. It's been slowed by ongoing legal issues here in the United States, also facing opposition, as we all too well know, environmentalists looking to check the expansion of Canada's oil sands, opposing new pipelines. TC Energy Corporation, that operates the pipeline, said it would achieve net zero emissions by 2023 when it enters service. The company also pledged to use only renewable energy sources by 2030. That was in their bid to try to win Joe Biden's support. But construction is well underway in Canada, with the international border crossing complete. On the U.S. side, TC has started construction on pump stations in each of the states that the line would pass through. Legal setbacks cost them much of the construction season last year. They didn't get a whole lot done. Of course, former President Obama axed the project back in 2015. He was trying to say Canada would reap most of the economic benefits, while the project would add only to greenhouse gas emissions. As soon as President Trump came into office, he issued a presidential permit, 2017, that allowed the line to move forward. Of course, after which several environmental groups immediately sued the United States, and that's where you say the legal action has kept a whole lot of the progress from going anywhere. Not just the Keystone. Let's move over to the other items on the list. A series of executive actions in his first hours is what is anticipated after the inauguration. The opening salvo in what they say is shaping up to be a 10-day blitz looking to reorient the country without waiting for Congress. According to CNN's State of the Union, in his inaugural address to the nation, he will deliver a message of moving the country forward, a message of unity, a message of getting things done. He will end Trump's restriction on immigration to the United States from some of those majority Muslim countries. Recall that. That was a big issue early on in the Trump administration. He will move, as we mentioned, to rejoin the Paris Climate Accord. He will mandate mask wearing on federal property and during interstate travel. Those are just some of the roughly a dozen actions that Joe will take on his first day in the White House, according to the incoming chief of staff, who mentioned all this Saturday in a memo to other senior staff members. Other actions include extending the pause on student loan payments, meant to prevent evictions, actions meant to prevent evictions, like a moratorium, evictions and foreclosures for those that continue to struggle during the COVID pandemic. These executive actions will deliver relief to the millions of Americans that are struggling in the face of the crisis. President-elect Biden will take action, not just to reverse the grave damages of the Trump administration, but also to start moving our country forward. Incoming White House Communications Director Kate Bedingfield says Joe would use his address to the American people to appeal to those that are kind of frustrated by the rancor of Washington and try to explain how his administration will tackle the nation's challenges. I think you can expect that this will be a moment where President-elect Biden will really work to try to turn the page on the divisiveness and the hatred over the last 4 years and really lay out a so-called positive, optimistic vision and lay out a path forward that really calls on all of us to work forward. See, oddly enough, if we're all looking to turn the page and get away from the so-called divisiveness of the last 4 years, one would think that we would also say when Donald Trump exits the White House, and I guess he's going to probably head down to his estate there in Florida, that you would say enough with this impeachment trial. Can they even legally hold an impeachment of a, quote, president who's not president anymore? Alan Dershowitz and a number of other constitutional lawyers say, no, Congress does not have the authority to do that. I mean, this would be another unprecedented scenario. But there, at the moment, all signs are pointing that the impeachment trial may begin the day after the president leaves the White House. He would no longer be president. We'll see where that goes. Many have been saying Joe Biden has been kind of sitting on the sidelines, not speaking out one way or the other about an impeachment trial in the Senate for Donald Trump. They say he could actually come out and say in his message of moving forward, this is turning the page. We're going to just move ahead. The country has been through enough over the last 4 years and all those sort of things, which really they've instigated it all. We know that. We'll see where it goes. Let's get back to our callers here. And who's next up here? I think it's the Big Moose. He's on the loose. Hello, Moose.
Hey, bud. What's going on?
Not a whole lot. How was your weekend?
Oh, it was just terrible.
Terrible? Uh-oh.
Yeah, we had a tragedy over the weekend. I got a cousin from Beckley, West by God down there,
Yeah.
And he wanted to come up and do some squirrel hunting because we got some big old squirrels up here in corn country, And so we went out, we bagged their limit, come back home, and I noticed he was cleaning them awful quick, and I told him, I said, Del Ray, I said, you got to get all that buckshot out of them squirrels, because if not, we're going to end up eating that crap, So we fried them up, had us a big bowl of pinto beans, and we scarfed them things down, and he didn't get all the buckshot after him because I was getting ready to leave and dropped my keys, and I raced down to grab him, farted, and shot and killed his dog.
Oh, my. I thought somebody lost a tooth. That's even worse.
Hey, all kidding aside, though, I've got the answer, buddy. I know how we're going to save the pipeline. We're gonna don't have to worry about these mask mandates and everything. Here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
We're going to get us some toddlers and some 15-year-old girls and send them to the White House. We'll let the toddlers play with President Joe's leg hair and jump on his lap. And we'll get him 4 or 5 15-year-old girls to sniff, and he'll forget all about this pipeline business. We'll be in good shape.
Yeah, gee, your hair smells terrific.
Yeah, whew, and I just love kids jumping on my lap.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's where we're at, buddy. And everybody keeps talking about these votes. Hey, got newsflash for you, folks. Our voting days are over. Yeah, you can talk all that vote crap all you want to. They'll just send a U-Haul truck with $80 million in the back of it, and they're going to win anyway. And if you start questioning their computers, they'll just pack another RV full of ammonium nitrate and diesel fuel and blow up some mainframes. So, yep, you can talk all the vote crap you want to. Our voting days are done. As soon as our Fuhrer takes over, he'll be groping and sniffing anybody he wants to, and we just gonna have to sit back and like it.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're saying that with a bit of sarcasm, but I mean, in all honesty, in reality, do you honestly feel like that the election process has been kind of compromised with all this mail-in voting and all that? I mean, because we know there were anomalies and things that were happening underhand. I was on the air that night, and I was sharing the numbers, and it was about, I don't know, 3, 4 o'clock in the mornings, and it was like they had this, I mean, just all of a sudden, these dump of numbers where tens of thousands of votes were being tabulated, and they were all Biden votes. Like, none of them were for Trump. How does that happen?
Yeah, well, it doesn't, but apparently it does.
Yeah, well, it
but
did.
You know what they say, if the lie is big enough, everybody will believe it, because when a lie gets to a point where nobody will believe that, when it gets to absurdity, people say, well, it must be true because nobody can make a lie that absurd, and that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah.
So, anyway, well, I just got this thing loaded down with 49,000 pounds of ground round, and I am Greensburg bound. So I will catch you on the flip side. Watch your top knot and keep it between the spotted and the solid.
There you go. Big Moose, good to hear from you this morning. Have a great Monday. Have a good week, and I'm sure we'll hear from him again at some point. Somebody sent this. John says, this makes good sense. It is so true. Only in America will we stop a football game, drag out measuring chains, and look at a play 15 times from 6 different angles to make sure we made the right call. In the same country, we won't verify the integrity of an election of the highest office in our nation. Yeah, just a point to ponder. It does make sense, and you are correct. Yeah, you got all the different angles. They got to make sure we made the right call. All right, it's 844-3388. And I'm told if you're watching from home, by the way, if you've got like the smart TV, which my son got me one of those for Christmas, I'm starting to like that, the smart TV that's got all the stuff loaded into it. You can download the YouTube off the Facebook and watch the app and to your TV. While you watch on the big screen right there from your couch. Yeah, we've set that up. My wife's actually set up and watched this. She's probably watched or heard more of her husband in the past week than she did over 30-plus years of radio broadcasting. Okay, because she can sit right there at the big screen. Oh, isn't that a sight? All right, we'll get a quick break in here, back in 3, and back to your calls. And it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades.
Okay, where did we leave off there? Email Steve at hotshotsecret.com. Got a couple of questions here. Let's see. Vicky says, forecasters here in Ohio were saying later this month we're going to get the polar vortex. Is that true? Yeah, I've seen... Yeah, several the long-term models are saying we're going to get a chunk of the polar vortex, and you know what that means. That means you're going to get some of that really cold air, the bitterly cold stuff. That's when you end up with the sub-zero temperatures. I think we had 3 or 4 different instances of the polar vortex in the winter of 2020. When you get the polar vortex drops, and that gets real cold up there in the Great Lakes, that's when you really start getting things to freeze over, but... Yeah, we'll be tracking that, Vicky. Thank you so much for listening to the show. There's my old friend Maniac. Up awful late tonight, aren't you, Rodney? I thought you were like a nighttime sleeping kind of guy these days. But he said, sounded good, buddy. So glad you're back. Thank you much. Actually, Princess was actually going through some pictures on her phone this past evening. And she came across one where you and Cindy were up here at our home 20 in Cincinnati, and you were grilling out. You, as typical, you had so many brats and burgers and everything on the grill. She said, "Wait, when was that he was up here?" I mean, for as much food as you had on, you'd think it must have been like our 4th of July celebration, but I don't think they've been here for the 4th, so... Yeah, I said, honey, it might have just been a regular old visit, because you know Rodney, when he grills out, he don't grill out a couple of burgers and dogs. He grills out enough to fill Custer's Army. All right, let's see. And then one more before we get back to your calls. Deranger says, I can see your nose hairs on my 55-inch big screen. I don't know. I wouldn't doubt it, but... That's pretty funny. Yeah, good to have you with us, Deranger, and yeah, thank you for all your support and the emails and the stories that you forward to me. There's several of our longtime emailers and whatnot that I don't know if they haven't been able to find us. I think Nate used to send me really good stuff on any given night. I hope Nate is able to find us. And several, I know Gayland, who sent me a lot of stories over the years. I'm getting messages from him. Next up, hey, lo and behold, it's the heat wave. Hey there.
Good morning, senor.
What's going on?
Yeah. Oh, not a whole hell of a lot. Heading up here to Vegas to turn around, heading back down to Southern California. Hey, who won the football games? I'm not following them. I just like to hear what the scores were.
Well, Kansas City beat the Browns. I'm not sure what the score in that game was. Tampa Bay beat the Saints, and that was 30-20, the final score on that one.
Wow.
Now the previous night, Buffalo won. I'm trying to remember. Did Buffalo win or not? I know Green Bay. So Buffalo won, and Green Bay won. So there's the 4 remaining teams: Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and Buffalo.
Well, sounds like it's going to be an exciting finish. I'm not going to watch it because of their political feelings towards BLM and the Blue Line, and
Yeah.
The games ought to be entertaining to make America forget, and they keep on reiterating that same political stance, and it's like, you know what, the hell with it. I'd rather watch college ball. I'd rather watch high school football, which there's nothing political about high school football. Shouldn't be anyways. And it's a lot more exciting because they're playing for the pride of the school. And, NFL, the no fun league, they're playing for their pride of their paychecks and that they got a platform to stand on, i.e. Kaepernick. But, whatever. Well, I tell you what, old Grump, he stole a lot of my fire. So, these Democrats would not be in the predicament they're in now had they played straight. I mean, for the last 4 years, they were saying there was no way Hillary could have lost to a rookie in the political field. They're screaming and hollering, Russia collusion, Chinese, Well, with Trump in office, we really haven't heard a lot from China. And speaking of China, I noticed on Pandora, for some reason, that it popped up on my screen that said it is without a doubt that this COVID-19 was from a bat that was the length of your thumb. And I'm thinking, really? You still pushing that narrative? A bat?
Right.
Ever since that they sent that general down from Shanghai or Beijing or wherever the hell he come from, went to Wuhan, I really haven't heard anything about that weapons or the biological.
The lab, yes.
Yeah. And it's like, well, come on, let's. We know that China is not going to let out anything that's going to make them look bad. But I mean, they're hoping that silence will make us forget. Well, it might have made the Democrats forget where this damn virus come from, but I'm still one that's wanting to know the truth. And unfortunately, like Facebook, they just can't handle the truth, and they'd rather go ahead and slap it over with a fact check saying, "Oh, this is wrong. You can't think this way." Well, that's the reason why I like we, because I mean, you can have a dissenting opinion without the fear of, being, taken off for 3 days, a week, 30 days, or, with the fear of banishment. So, yeah, inquiring minds want to know, but Facebook is not the way to go. But, we were talking about Biden and his, what his plans are, especially with the Second Amendment. And I had heard another gentleman get on the air right after me saying, it ain't going to happen. They're not going to take the guns away from us citizens. And I got to thinking, Australia used to be a gun-toting country. And didn't they go with a gun ban? And so now the only people that have guns in Australia besides the police and the military
Right.
are criminals?
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, he says it can't happen here. Well, yeah, it can, because they've got everything in their arsenal now to go ahead and implement such bans and try to confiscate these guns. And the only thing we have protecting us from them is the Supreme Court. And, I shudder to think what would happen if the John Roberts screams at his members again, and he says, we need to have this, don't get into it, let it go. I'm just disappointed, very disappointed. And listening about Biden and his plans for the first 10 days, or what he plans to accomplish, I say that in air quotes, this country is not going to go forward. It is going to fall backwards. And I'll be damned lucky to have a job because of all the jobs that are going to be lost in manufacturing. The less people you have, the less companies that are open, obviously, the less product's going to get shipped. This Green New Deal. Climate change is always happening.
Yes.
It's not human caused. Yeah, there may be 6 billion of us here on this planet, farting, belching, burping, whatever, driving these big rigs, driving cars, got cattle. It's constantly changing. I mean, what caused the earth to be great and luscious way back when, billions of years ago? What caused it to become cold with the Ice Age? It's cyclical. And I get so damn tired of telling people this, especially on the left, because it doesn't fit their narrative. AOC, you have to ask yourself, who was the bigger dummy? Is it her or her constituents? I'm late on saying that it's going to be her constituents that are the stupidest damn people that vote. I mean, they are taking away jobs. They're denying people better paying jobs. And then they're screaming that they want $15 an hour for, fast food for anybody out there, without thinking, hey, if you give them $15 an hour, you're going to be losing jobs, because it's the people that the franchisors or franchisees, they're barely making a living as is after they get done making the payroll. You start throwing $15 an hour. One friend of mine says, well, you'll get better service. I said, no, that's almost like extortion.
Yeah.
If I'm making $10 and I say I want 15, and I give you the promise of better service, well, why couldn't I do that at 10?
Right.
So
yeah, I think that's on Joe's agenda as well. What, $15 or a minimum wage is on his slate as well.
Well, and for those who can afford it, what they're going to do is they're going to raise the price of their product and goods.
Sure.
And it's going to get passed along to us. And those that are working them jobs, they're going to be screaming $15 an hour ain't enough, because now their hours have been cut. Full time is considered 33 hours or more. What? If I'm in business and I'm making a 5% margin after everything is taken care of and my bills are paid and my employees are taken care of, I'm going to have to cut workers' hours, and I'm going to have to cut workers. So, you've already added to the unemployment there. Your workers that are going to be there are going to be screaming for more hours. Well, you can't afford it. Plus, there's no guarantee that your customers are going to come back when you start, raising the price of a Happy Meal from $5, $6, whatever it is now, to 15 or 20.
Right.
Yeah. So, anyways, and I don't know if I mentioned it last week, but I got thinking earlier today, with all these aid packages, the money's got to come from somewhere. And I'm guessing China's more than happy to buy the debt. And, when we have $700 million going to Sudan, or $10 million going to Pakistan, or this aid that was supposed to be for us going everywhere else, why can't these other countries go and ask China for the loan? Why should we have to become the world financier to give Sudan $700 million? It doesn't make any damn sense. Why should we pay interest on a loan that's not meant for us, but for someone else?
Yeah, we're going trillions of dollars in debt because of this virus. We've already had our, however many stimulus packages that have gone through. We just passed another $900 billion a few weeks ago. Joe has now released his late $1.9 trillion, another almost $2 trillion stimulus package. Who should foot the bill for this? China's the one that unleashed this on the world.
Yeah, they need to be held responsible. but knowing Slow Joe and Little Blow that's coming up behind him as VP, they're going to make it sound like it was Trump's fault this thing even happened.
Yeah.
And, Trump tried to jump on it and put a stop to a lot of the transportation and the airlines coming in. Who were the first people to scream foul? Well, it was the Democrats. And by the time the Democrats said, oh, hey, we got a problem here. Well, yeah, because you blocked everything Trump administration tried to do to curb this infection.
When they tried to implement the travel bans, when they started talking about shutting some things down, I shared, and I'm sure if I scroll down far enough on my personal Facebook page, I can find the video and of Nancy Pelosi and so many others saying that it's not a big deal. Go out, have dinner with the family. Come. She was in China now. Remember, she said, "Come on down to Chinatown. Yeah. Come on down." Okay, we've only got Monday and Tuesday left because Inauguration Day is Wednesday. If this is going to get done under the Trump administration, it would have to happen like today or tomorrow. But over the weekend, the The Sun out of the UK says the United States claims we have explosive new evidence that proves that COVID came out of the Wuhan research lab. New documents reveal scientists in Wuhan fell ill with COVID-like symptoms in late 2019, months before the pandemic ever really began to ravage the world. But now, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo has demanded the World Health Organization launch an investigation into the possibility that COVID was an accidental lab leak, not per se intentional. Accusations of a cover-up by the Chinese government have been, of course, dismissed over and over again. Pressures for the full investigation into the lab, suspect of being the source, have been resisted. But the U.S. has always insisted China was the blame, with Donald Trump now vowing to declassify bombshell secret intelligence linked to the virus or linking the virus to their scientific facility. Now, that explosive new evidence just days after the Sun reported Trump and Pompeo were planning a major intervention. Pompeo revealed new studies from the U.S. intelligence claim scientists at the Wuhan Institute of Virology fell ill in the fall of 2019. Earlier than even previously believed, with symptoms consistent with COVID. That raises questions about the credibility of the Wuhan Institute of Virology and senior research staff, where they claim there was zero infection among the staff at that facility. Nothing related to the virus. That comes after a government official said the most credible theory around the origin of this virus is that it escaped from the lab in Wuhan. Now, a top aide to President Trump, Matthew Pottinger, claimed leaders in China are admitting there's a chance that theories suggesting COVID-19 started in the wet market there may actually be false. So if we go back to Saturday, it would have been Friday night, Pompeo called on the World Health Organization to investigate the lab in question. Just one day after a team from that organization landed in Wuhan. That team is set to look into the wet market. It was originally linked to some of those early infections, but there are believed to be no plans to investigate whether it accidentally escaped from the lab. He said Beijing continues to withhold vital information that the scientists need to protect the world from this deadly virus and the next one. Pompeo suggested it was a natural, the politicians suggested it was a natural virus that, of course, accidentally escaped the lab rather than being a man-made virus that was purposely released. So we'll see where that goes. But you've got today and tomorrow. I mean, Trump won't be able to declassify anything come the noon hour on Wednesday, right? That's it. That's all. It's said and done.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There we go. Who's next up on the list here? According to my little call screener, it says Becca's on the line. Would that be correct?
It's Buckeye.
Well, hello, Buckeye. That's kind of close.
Steve Summers. Is this Steve Summers in the Overnight Drive?
That would be correct.
I tell you what, Steve, I'm so glad to hear you on hit back with a new gig. You know what's really funny? I was sitting in here in the truck last week, and I typed in your name. And I typed in Dave's name, see what in the world's going on. I'll be doggone it, popped up. Old Steve Summers had a new gig coming on.
Yeah.
So, you know what? I listened all last week to everything going on. And I let all the old-time callers call in and stuff, you know. I go back to your dad and Dave Nebo and Bill Mack and stuff. And I really didn't start calling in until when Stormy passed away, and you know, I really felt bad on there because I listened to her all the time, and then Big Ed, and all that, and turned around, and it was so good the other day. I heard old Maverick on here, and John the Monkey.
Wasn't that a blast from the past, huh? Yeah, that brought back some memories.
Man, that just made my day. And I want to shift gears here in just a little bit. But, you know, going all the way back to your dad, you know, he went through a lot of different places, too, where they moved from here and moved to there. And then, you know, I kind of grew up with you, too, everything that you went on. But I can remember them teasing your dad about, and you're going to make history, I think. I think you're going to make history, Steve. I remember him teasing your dad about, you're going to be on TV. Well, he said, oh, you ain't going to put me on TV. You put me on TV, I'll be in my pajamas. You remember that, Steve?
I do, yeah, sure.
And he was just, you ain't putting me on TV. And if I'm not mistaken, there at the end, he was doing it from the house, correct?
He was. And there was a good chance he was in his pajamas.
Yeah. And I just remember he told me, no way. They want to put me on TV. I got my pajamas on and everything like that. And it just, you know, it just cracked me up. And then when Maverick and John the Monkey called in the other day, it just made my day. But you know what? You put everything going on so fast, Steve. Did you think about this? You're probably the first host that's live on TV. Did you think about that?
As far as the truck guys go, I probably am. I don't think any of the others. They've all been just on the broadcast side. Yeah, like I had. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you made history, and I want to tell you, Steve. On this right here, when something's gone, you don't realize how much you miss something. And that goes for you, Steve. And that's going to go for President Trump, too.
Yeah. Well, I thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You don't know how much that you mean to the trucking nation out here, that what you've done for so many years. It's just like, you know, I'm a member of OOIDA because of you. I run Motor Coat products because of you, because them people care about us. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to start doing Hot Shot Secrets products because they care about us. And, that's just, I just thank Hot Shot Secret so much for giving you this platform. And when we're talking about this, you say you're going to go terrestrial. I've got also, too, I would tell you that I've been out here for so long that, XM wasn't around very long before I had one.
Mm-hmm.
And I would really like to see you guys go XM. It's just a suggestion. And the reason why is, I do it every 6 months. I do 2 radios. I do one for the truck, and I've always done one for my parents at home. And I tell you what they've done now is it's on your phone, too. It's an app. So you can carry your phone around and all that stuff. And, they know me. I'll get a bill for like $178 for 6 months. I call them up. I say, hey, I've been with you for so many years. I'm not going to pay no $178 for 2 radios for a year or 6 months or whatever. Steve, I have probably for the last 2 or 3 years, I get each radio for like $6 a month.
Mm-hmm.
That's $12. And, I'm sure, because there's competition between them and iHeartRadio now.
Oh, yeah, that was the intention.
I'm sure,
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure that Hot Shot Secret's got a good setup, and I think you guys are going to go a long way. But I'll bet you they could call XM and say, hey, we got this trucking nation out here. I'll bet you they could give you a good deal, some good deals on getting back on XM. I'd love to see you on XM. Now, I want to shift gears here a little bit.
Okay.
Going to President Trump, Steve, this was all set up. They caught what happened is they caught him off guard in 2016. They never dreamed that Trump could come up here and win.
Yeah.
And then, I was out here on the ground. I seen all the Trump signs. I never seen so many Trump signs in 2020. And to have 75 million votes, that was more than what Barack Obama had. And they're going to tell you that Joe Biden had 80 million. This was all set up. I would tell you that when it comes to President Trump, he's going to get out of office. He's going to go back to Florida, and he's going to have a big voice. And I'm going to tell you something, Steve. The truth will set you free.
Yeah.
All the truth's going to end up coming out.
I hope it does.
Said,
one of these days, I hope it does. Donald Trump, all the experts I'm hearing, they're saying, Donald Trump will still be, pretty much the biggest voice in the Republican Party. I'm sure there's some of those establishment Republicans and whatnot that don't want that to be the case, but yeah, the man had 75 million people that voted for him, and they want to hear more from him.
Yes, yeah, and Steve, if you look at President Trump, he's a very smart man. I suggest, and I would like you ought to listen to it too. Now, I'm doing some different things. I went to Newsmax. I got off of social media 3 years ago. I knew what was happening. I never did Twitter or anything like that. But Mark Levin at 8 o'clock tonight had a spectacular show on for an hour. And if you get a chance, watch that, and you won't believe what has actually happened in it. That goes with Google, Facebook, and the whole thing. And he actually had the person on from Parler on there, and he had the guy on there from Rumble, which is compared to YouTube. And I tell you, it's just unbelievable what you learn off of what Mark Levin said tonight. Yeah. But I will tell you this: there's things that we can do. You can look at your stocks and you can move some stuff here and there, and you turn around and there's two things that scare me, and you hit on it right there, is with President Trump in there, with this money that we're just printing that we don't have, China would have paid for it all. Biden, it's not going to be paid for. So I'm scared to death of the dollar, what the dollar is going to do. And the other thing that got to really get taken care of, just like your caller about 3 callers ago, you got to get this voting. You got to have an ID, man, and you got to go vote. You got to have an ID to do everything else. And you're telling me you're right to vote? You don't have to have an ID? That's got to go there. That way we get these fair elections. And if we don't get fair elections, that guy they called 3 callers ago, he's right. Our vote ain't never going to mean anything.
Yeah.
But I think Donald Trump has enough pull. He's got enough businessmen, and I think you're going to see a lot of things change. I think you're going to see a whole new internet come up, and things like that. I do know one thing, that we're just going to everything that Joe Biden's going to do, blah 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 blah. It's just going back to the past, what Obama did.
Yeah, they're going to going back in time, aren't we? Hey, thanks so much for the call there. Buckeye, good to hear from you. Funny that he mentioned Newsmax, which is probably one of the fastest growing news outlets out there. And next hour, we will share with you that CNN is making no bones about it. They want to censor and close Newsmax from broadcasting as a cable news channel. Is that part of the cancel culture? I think it is. So we've got lots more to cover. It's 844-844-3388. We return with more of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There we go, back at it, round number 3 on a Monday. Yeah, weekend. Boy, that one just flew by. I don't know about you. Boy, that was a quickie. Back on a Monday, as we turn the page on the calendar, we're into the 18th day of January. 2 days from Inauguration Day. Yeah, speaking of which, looks like every president, through many, historically, down through the years, a president comes to the end of an administration and everybody's petitioning, give me a pardon, give me a pardon. Who gets pardoned in the coming days? And according to this report, the final full day in office on Tuesday, very well, they tell us, may feature 100 pardons and commutations. But notably, not one for himself, according to the sources. Clemency actions, like I said, they're common for outgoing presidents. Trump's, they say, will include some white-collar criminals, some high-profile rappers, and maybe some potentially political allies, per the report. The final list of pardons expected to be Trump's last batch were finalized this past day at a White House meeting. Pardon seekers reportedly are flooding the presidential allies with upwards of tens of thousands of dollars in lobbying efforts, according to the New York Times this past day. Everything is in transition. He likes pardons because it's unilateral. And he does like to do favors for people that he thinks will own him. Well, that's the statement from CNN. The pardons are among the final White House maneuvers, which include executive orders to fill out the administration's agenda, declassification of information, which there's a bunch of that, as I mentioned last hour, including a lot of details related to the Obama administration's Russia investigation and how that all originated. Interesting how we're all going to get to see that post-election. Would have been nice maybe for much of that information to have been divulged prior to an election. The CNN sources say aides do not believe Trump plans to pardon himself, lawyer Rudy Giuliani, or members of his family, sought by politically motivated inquiries and investigations. But they do say among some of the high-profile candidates could be the WikiLeaks founder, Julian Assange, and maybe the former Trump strategist. Remember the guy by the name of Steve Bannon? The supposedly on the list. But it looks like Tuesday we'll be seeing him sign off on that. On to your trucking news. Multiple law enforcement agencies in 2 states are taking part in an enforcement effort that's running now through the end of January, they tell us. Right here in our neck of the woods, we've got the Indiana State Police and the Ohio Highway Patrol, the Preble County, Ohio Sheriff's Department, and the Richmond Police Department that are all taking part in an enforcement effort that actually started last week and runs through the end of the month along I-70. According to the Indiana State Police, the Ohio Highway Patrol has designated a 17-mile stretch of I-70 as a distracted driving safety corridor. Indiana agencies were asked to join the multi-state effort and have added I-70 in Henry and Wayne counties to that corridor. So the new zone will stretch from the 113-mile marker to the 156-mile marker in Indiana. During this 3-week period, police, you're being forewarned, they'll be focusing on dangerous driving behaviors that are likely to contribute to a crash. Following too closely, distracted driving, obviously speeding, driving under the influence, driving left of center, unsafe lane movements. Indiana State Police will also utilize canine units during the blitz to look at cracking down on violations associated with the transportation and the use of illegal narcotics across I-70. All right, quick couple from the email bag here. Mentioned our friend Maniac last hour, old Rodney. He says, awful funny being an outspoken Trump supporter. I've been put in Facebook jail for 30 days until February 3rd due to supposedly a post that, quote, does not meet community standards. He says, kiss my fake big toe, because that's all he's got, is fake big toes. Then Deranger, you're talking about the deficits. When is the world going to stop loaning us money? I mean, all they're doing is moving zeros around from one account to the next account digitally, value-wise. I mean, all these business shut down, all the tax money that's gone. Half the country's paying for the other half to sit at home on their asses. We cannot keep this up with the likes of the shutdowns and whatnot. All right, and one other quickie here. I'm seeing. Great show, Steve. If you can or would be willing to pull this up, some updates on defense officials that are worried about potentially an insider attack from service members that have been deployed to the Biden inauguration. I've been hearing some buzz about that. Have a great night, and I'm so glad you're back. Yeah, I do have that story. I mentioned that at the onset of the program. Yeah, from time to time you hear about insider attacks taking place amongst troops being stationed in Afghanistan or Iraq or wherever it might be. When they turn on their own. According to the Associated Press report, defense officials say they are worried about an insider attack or other threat from service members involved in securing Joe Biden's inauguration, prompting the FBI to vet all of the 25,000 National Guard troops that are coming into Washington for the event. This massive undertaking reflects the extraordinary security concerns that have gripped Washington following the events on January the 6th. It kind of underscores fears that some of the very people assigned to protect the city over the next several days could actually present a threat to the incoming president and possibly other VIPs in attendance. Army Secretary Ryan McCarthy told the Associated Press this past day, officials are conscious of the potential threat, and he warned commanders be on the lookout for any problems within their ranks as the inauguration approaches. So far, however, he and other leaders say they've seen no evidence of any threats. And officials said the vetting process has not flagged any issues, actually. But we continually going through the process, taking a second look, a third look at every one of the individuals assigned to this operation. McCarthy was in an interview that after he and other military leaders went through an exhaustive 3-hour security drill to prepare for the inauguration, he did say Guard members are getting training on how to identify potential insider threats. Now, with about 25,000 members of the National Guard streaming into D.C., from all over the country, we're talking at least 2.5 times the number that you would see for your typical inauguration. And while the military routinely reviews service members for any sort of extremist connections, the FBI screening, this is just an additional step to any previous monitoring. Multiple officials said the process began as the first Guard troops started deploying to D.C. more than a week ago. It is slated to be completed by Wednesday. The question is that all of them, are there others? We need to be conscious of it. We need to put all the mechanisms in place to thoroughly vet these men and women who would support any operations like this. In a situation like this, FBI vetting would involve kind of running people's names through databases or watch lists maintained by the Bureau to see if anything alarming comes up. Could be involvement in maybe prior investigations or terrorism-related concerns. Insider threats have been a persistent law enforcement priority in the years post-September 11. But in most cases, the threats are from like hometown insurgents that have been radicalized by the likes of Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State group or some of those other groups. In contrast, the threats to Biden's inauguration have been fueled by supporters of Donald Trump, some of the far-right militants or maybe white supremacists or other radical groups. Okay, so... and they always go back to Donald Trump's, quote, baseless insinuations that there were improprieties that took place for the election. Those are absolutely baseless accusations. But that's what we have at this point. Thank you for the email. Yep, and if anything further comes across the line, we'll definitely pass it on. Back to your calls. Got a couple lines open. It's 844-844-3388. According to the screen here, it's Mr. America. Who might it actually be? I would say that's somebody who's snoring. I'd venture three wagers that was maybe Eagle. He's been known to do that from time to time. If you snooze, you lose. He'll wake up and call back. Hello, Chevy guy.
Hey, Eagle, wake up! That was so cool. Thanks for letting me around and let me run the front door for a short. Hopefully, Eagle will wake up. Well, let's think about this. During the Obama-Biden administration, I believe they were talking about the Keystone Pipeline back in. But Canada said, listen, that oil is going to go either to the United States or it's going to the Pacific coast and China. So, what do you think? China's getting its money's worth with Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Is it going to get favor? China's going to make out. Grump, I believe, said that China be willing to buy debt. Listen, according to Glenn Beck, and he had people on talking that China ain't buying our debt anymore. Our own Fed is buying our own debt. That's how bad it is. Lord, China has us so much in hock, we can't even pay the interest on what we owe. And it's just amazing. Our generations 2 or 3 down the road are going to really hate the boomer generation. That's all I got to say on that. But Tim Clyburn, he has a post come on my page. I'm in South Carolina. He's making a big deal about the election and the inauguration and everything. And I showed him. Well, let's see. We got supposedly 80 million Biden supporters, 74 million Trump supporters, all registered. Now, if you do the math on 100%, that goes a little bit. There's a whole lot of people that weren't registered that voted, and you can just see that this pipeline deal already, the lower and middle class, means nothing to these people, and it just that's what I'm worried about. I got West Virginia family, oil and gas. One's on a fracking crew. And so, it's going to affect my family directly. Yep. And I tell you, I'm going to put it on Biden or Clyburn's page, and say what you want, but President Trump was there for the working man, and that's how come we support him. And this thing to catch up with what you just spoke about, you can't help who votes for you. All right. I don't know how often President Trump has to, turn his back on the far right, the Klan, all these people that wanted to commit crimes. All they've done is crippled and embarrassed what this good man has done to work for the American people. But I've gotten in arguments with people online, and I'll type in this when they said, "I hope you enjoy being with your bigots." And I just like to remind them this. It was not even a Klansman that quoted. This is not a quote from a Klansman. This is a quote from Louis Farrakhan's people that vote Democrat. They said, kill all the white men. Kill all the white women. Kill all the white babies. All of them's going to be your oppressors. And at the same time, he killed, he jumped on a black man with a white woman and said, you're sleeping with the enemy. And this is on video. And during the Obama's administration, Eric Holder said, that's right in front of a voting booth or voting poll place. Eric Holder says, I'm not going after, I'm not going after African Americans on this stuff. So I'm sorry, the Democrats can't help who vote for them. The Republicans can't help vote for them. So to tie, I'm not going to tie. It just some of this stupid stuff, like the president's playing golf. I've had to defend Obama, all this stuff. All these presidents that are playing golf, a president is a president completely, even when he's with his wife. If something comes up, someone's going to knock on that bedroom door, and he will have to answer it. And one of them will be a naval officer with the football, whether you use the nuclear arsenal or not. So it doesn't matter where these guys are, what part of the country. If they're in the plane, they're in their own private residence. They're there. But we got to keep it real, keep it even. And it's just like it's what I put on there. The protesters, I hate to see them go for 20 years. The young Trumpers that maybe got carried away, because I believe Antifa and BLM was in that crowd. And if their young Trumpers got carried away and they thought it was a party to stand there and do that, I'm sorry, they're going to have to face the 20 years. They're going to have to. They did the crime, and it's something that was instilled in you that we are not like that. But in all fairness, now here's my sin. I can't help but wonder what at least those politicians that were laying down there smelling the carpet, thinking, how did we get here? And I really do hope they think about it. And I also like to imagine the fellas when they finally moved everybody out of the room to safety. They seen old Jerry Nadler waddling like a penguin, because we know he hasn't good control of his bowels. And I hope they walked up to him and said, "Hey, Jerry, I thought you said all this stuff was a myth. Is that a myth outside?" So I just, that's about all I got to say.
Yeah. Well.
But I'm not happy with what's going on, but we're not going to give up. We're not going away. Nothing's going to change my mind. And until they drag us off and then take us off the air, I'm sorry, I just don't see it. Because I'll tell you what, I do believe President Trump is going to start his own. They take everybody off. He's going to start his own news organization, and he'll wipe them out. So we're going to let you take the front door, and we're going to sit back in a rocking chair and copy the mail, Tim Ford.
Thank you much there, Chevy Guy. Be safe out there. Have a good morning. And yeah, my wife told me this past day. She said, it's Betty White's birthday. I said, how old? She said, 99. I said, is that right? She's 99 years old? It's like, well, I remember some of these channels up and down the line that run the old classic stuff. Yeah, like the I Love Lucy's and all. They still run some of the archived Carol Burnett shows. And there was an episode on just the other day where Betty White was the sister of when Carol Burnett played Eunice and Mama, that went on to become the Mama's Place or whatever. Yeah, Betty White was the sister. And what a classic from all of it. Yeah, well, 99 years young. Happy birthday to Betty White. It's 844-3388. Let me jump overhead. A message from Scott as far as, he said, I'm in Kansas, about 2 hours from the home 20, sitting in the middle of Highway 54. Wreck has the highway shut down. Highway 54 in Kansas at the Highway 454 split. Highway 454 split. All right, so hopefully they get that cleaned up, get you. Nothing like sitting out there on the highway. Add a couple of extra hours. Now, I'm not sure, like hours of service-wise, how many hours he runs in a given day, but so you're coming up on the end of your drive time. And now you might be able to get, say, an hour away from the home 20, and you're going to run out of time. Now you got to pull it over. You park it. And wait to get some hours back. All right, with that, let's get a quick 3-minute timeout in here. We'll come back more under the industry headlines, lots to cover, and again, several lines available. If you'd like to jump in, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, get back to your calls here on a Monday. Oh, yeah, first, I did the little teaser, so let me give you the rest of the story. As they say, CNN, making no mistake about it, they want to censor and close down Newsmax from broadcasting as a cable news channel. Apparently jolted by the fact that Newsmax has actually skyrocketed to become the 4th highest rated cable news channel in the country. And our liberal friends at CNN decrying what it calls Newsmax's election denialism and seeking to have it deplatformed from cable and satellite systems all around the country. Oliver Darcy, CNN's left-wing media critic, has been demanding the cable operators to drop Newsmax, which is currently carried by every major system in the nation. Newsmax is also streamed free by most OTT platforms and devices. In a CNN column here a few weeks ago, Darcy falsely claims that conservative media actually caused the protests on January the 6th. He writes, quote, "After all, it was the very lies that Fox, Newsmax, and One American News spread that helped prime the Trump supporters into not believing the truth, that he lost an honest, fair election." Yeah, Darcy's demands have been echoed on several shows on CNN, including their Sunday media show, Reliable Sources, hosted by the liberal media analyst Brian Stetler. On this week's Sunday show, Stetler's guests focused on deplatforming Newsmax. Previously, CNN had led efforts to deplatform Donald Trump from Twitter. They finally got that wish to come true. We're going to have to figure out the OANN and Newsmax problem, the One American News Network, and Newsmax problem. So says a former Facebook chief security officer. These companies have freedom of speech, but I'm not sure we need Verizon, AT&T, Comcast, and such, bringing them to tens of millions of homes. Now, you tell me. We've been talking the cancel culture, censoring conservative views. Are we looking to go down the path of a communist China where everything that you see and hear is got to be in line with, I guess, whoever the power it be's, whatever their platform is? If you step out of line, you're done. In a brazen call for censorship, Stamos echoed CNN's demand that conservative voices and cable news outlets be blacklisted and closed out of cable television and the internet. I mean, they come right out and say it. Stamos says, quote, "We have to turn down the capability of these conservative influencers to reach huge audiences. There are people on YouTube that have larger daytime audiences than CNN." Now, Darcy kind of doubled down, advancing. I mean, we're talking McCarthy-like political witch hunt. Yeah, tweeting a fresh demand that cable operators that carry Newsmax consider shutting down the outlet. He says, "Just a reminder that neither Verizon, AT&T, nor Comcast have answered any questions about why they beam channels like One American News and Newsmax into millions of homes. Do they have any second thoughts about distributing these channels given their election denialism content? They won't say." Now, in that particular tweet, Darcy failed to note the fact that AT&T is the parent company of CNN. And by removing Newsmax from the cable lineups, it reduces competition for their network, especially as Newsmax continues to rapidly rise. For so many that were watching the election coverage, they're on election night. Fox News lost a lot of viewers. I remember that. I've seen so many. James Woods was one of them as well, the outspoken Hollywood, the actor, who said, I'm done with Fox. Newsmax will be my source of information from this point forward. Thousands of people around the country were dissatisfied, unhappy with. Now, of course, when things change, when the daddy turned over the reins of Fox News to his sons, everyone's noticed things started to make a turn to the left, and it's been pretty consistent. Former Bush White House press secretary Ari Fleischer talking about the hypocrisy or the double standard of suggesting silencing conservative channels by tweeting out. You knew it would happen. Some want to take conservative media off the air because they bought into Donald Trump's election theories. Well, on those grounds, shouldn't CNN, ABC, CBS, and NBC taken off the air because they bought into the Russian collusion theories? This censorship must stop. In a statement Sunday, Newsmax said, contrary to Darcy's and Stamos' claims, Newsmax never denied the election results. This network called all contested states for Biden as they were certified and accepted him as president-elect on December 14th after the meeting of the Electoral College. Newsmax also noted why it's justifiably covered the president's allegations about the election, and we have interviewed his lawyers and supporters, as did Fox News and Fox Business News. It never said the allegations were true. Now, the network did note, after years of CNN falsely claiming that the Steele dossier was valid and the Russian collusion claim against Trump was credible, they have never been held accountable for their misreporting. And no, Newsmax never called for CNN to be shut down, which you say turnaround is fair play, but who's next on the line here? Let's get back to our callers, and I'm not sure what the handle is. Who might it be?
Well, is it horse feathers?
Okay, well, if your sake we too is horse feathers, that's you.
All right. Well, I did say we made it to week 2.
Oh, okay.
For the call.
We made it to week 2.
We made it to week 2. Okay. But yeah, I tried horse feathers and we made it to week 2. But anyways, so did you get my little email I sent to you, the little picture? I don't know, when you're broadcasting there and you're on the video, can you show what's on your video screen now? If somebody sends you a picture, can you put it out there for the whole world to see in YouTube and Facebook and all that, or is that beyond capability?
Not yet, but we're those things are we're working on those kind of things. Yes.
All right, because I didn't know if the email came through, did it, or haven't?
I mean, when did you send it?
I shot it. Well, it was yesterday evening there before I headed out, but I'd had my Hot Shot Secret sticker on the Suburban for a while, and I was walking around the back and said, I should take a picture of that, send it to Steve. So I sent you the picture of the back of the Suburban with the Hot Shot Secret.
Haven't got that one yet. Haven't seen that one yet. That's not in here.
All right. Well, I tried to send it to the Steve Sommers what is it? What's the new one now?
Well, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Would you try to send it to the Facebook page or something?
No, I sent it to your email. What's the email you got? I don't remember it because I got it programmed in the phone. I couldn't even tell anybody what your email is without looking at it.
Steve at hotshotsecret.com.
Yeah, that's the one. So, anyways, well, if it didn't come through, maybe I'll try sending it again there. But anyways, hey, for advertising there, I didn't know is going to work on doing things like mud flaps or anything. I mean, I think your logo is a pretty good standout. If you could come up with a way to put them on mud flaps, and everybody's got mud flaps out there, and be one way to advertise for you guys, and have the Hot Shot Secret logo on it, maybe, and because a lot of people ride around behind other people all the time to see that stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
But anyways, and like I told one of your other sponsors there, if when you get the ads, I know Chris is pretty good there about putting some extra information in the box with the product and that, but to throw in a few extra business cards, always make sure they throw in an extra card, because it's not always, it's not always easy to remember to people's websites or phone numbers or stuff like that, but if you give somebody a business card, at least they can stick that in their pocket, and they can refer back to it later there, and they don't have to try to remember what you told them or anything. And I don't know. I know I don't always explain things the best that they could be and all that. So when we do orders and that, it's always nice to have something hard, and I was actually, one of the things I suggested was the refrigerator magnets. I don't know if Chris has any thoughts of having them or does have them, but it'd always be handy just to have a refrigerator magnet, because I know I got a few places I stick something like that, and it's like, and it's always on. I always got a few on the toolbox too. There's always some extra magnet or something sticking on the toolbox. So anyways, just kind of thoughts random there. I don't know if Kyle's still listening at all. I did type in a text there and on your live chat on the YouTube page, and that I have like 4 email accounts that I use, and I got all 4 of them hooked up on YouTube now, Steve. So I got you 4 subscriptions. I subscribed 4 times to your YouTube page.
There you go. All right.
Drive.
Bump it up. Bump those numbers up.
Anybody up? Yep. So it was up just shy of 400 there last night when I got the last one done. So you're getting there. You're almost halfway. So I don't know how we keep begging people to do it, but but I'm trying for you, Steve. You see, I'm trying to. I keep mentioning it. You know, it's like 4 or 5 times you keep pounding it into people's heads. They'll get tired of listening to it and actually go out there and do it, right?
I think there's just many people that are, if they're watching it on the YouTube page via the Hot Shot Secret site, I think they may be clicking subscribe there and not knowing, we're saying go to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive page on YouTube and click subscribe there.
See, I knew you'd do it officially. You are quite the professional, because there's just no way I can compete with that. So anyways, but I want to let you know, not only are you on the small screen, in a couple of weeks you're going to be on the big screen, because the wife came up with a deal from Costco. We got a 72-inch big screen TV coming, and it's all set up for all this internet stuff. It does, all the YouTube and Netflix and Roku and all that. And I just told you, I got you subscribed 4 times now. You're going to be on that 72-inch screen TV. I'm telling you, you better be putting on your A game and looking pretty spiffy, because we're gonna be able to see everything about you now.
I got my Hot Shot Secret sweatshirt on tonight. I'm pumping the gear.
I hear you. We gotta get. So is that available for the listening audience too? Is the gear out there too, or is that?
Well, Hot Shot Secret's got they've got their Hot Shot. They've got the Hot Shot Secret. I don't know. I think they've got an apparel page or whatever from their website, hotshotsecret.com. It's the Hot Shot Secret Motorsports, for the diesel racing cars and trucks and all that stuff. And yeah, we'll have the overnight drive stuff coming down the pike. We're gonna get all right. I guess it's gonna be a apparel page. So do some hats, some T-shirts. I don't know. Anybody wear wife beaters anymore?
Probably not. But hey, those bull haulers, they carry them things there. When the bulls get changed into steers, and the bull haulers hang them things underneath their trailers and that for going down the road next to the cowbell.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going to have any of them, are you? And with the mud flaps, I was thinking, you do the ones. You get them little chrome ornaments to put on. You know those ones all the truck drivers like, those chrome ornaments that they put on the mud flaps. You know which ones I mean, right?
Yeah, right.
The ones with the pretty girl that's sitting there. You know which one I mean, right?
Right. Sure. The sexy mud flap. The iconic trucker mud flaps.
Yeah, that's right. So I was thinking the overnight drive with that and that. But anyways, where was I going with this? I can't remember now. I was going somewhere. I don't know. I'm going towards Washington. I'm trying to blank my mind a little bit from going down here, from everything that's going to be coming up here in the next few days, if you know what I mean. But anyways, no, it's just want to let you know I got in to do that, and as I say, I got you the picture from Hot Shot Secret on the Suburban, and I guess I'm just recapping everything. And everybody go to Overnight Drive Steve Sommers and subscribe, so you got another outlet to watch your videos live on and keep going there. So everything's good. Glad to have you out here again, Steve. And I don't know what else can we say. That's about all we got.
Good deal. All right.
So
hope you had a good weekend.
I guess we'll catch you.
Have a good Monday. Stay out of trouble. Watch out for the nuts in D.C.
Yeah, you're not kidding there. Hey, yeah, that's one thing. Hey, I got to play real truck driver this weekend. By the time I got done Saturday morning to the time I had to leave last night, I had 36 hours off. I got a 34-hour reset plus 2 hours. Can you imagine that?
Wow.
It just doesn't sound right for us people that stay home every day. I don't know. Just not right, Steve. And it's not even cold. Where's all the cold weather? That was something I was going to ask you. That was one thing I meant to ask you. You and the AccuWeather gods, could you guys by chance conjure up a storm that would come across the south and maybe get a hurricane to come out of the Gulf at the same time and have it all converge to the East Coast with an Alberta clipper coming across from the north?
For Wednesday?
Pull that off
for Wednesday?
That'll work.
Okay.
Yeah. Wednesday's good. Yeah, that'll work. But we need to get the hours of service lifted and, be exempt and be able to drive when we want and, work when we want and do what we need, and get back to normal trucking. But anyways, so I don't know. I guess with all that nonsense, I'll let you go try to find an intelligent caller if your call screener can give you a good name.
Okay, we're all a bit confused now, but yeah, hey, good to hear from you, Horse Feathers. All right, who was it earlier? Was it Vicky or something? Whoever asked about when do we get our next polar vortex? Or I'm hearing that it's going to be coming maybe here in a few weeks. Yeah, according to AccuWeather over the weekend, they do say as January reaches the midway point, which we did Friday, we're continuing to track the behavior of the polar vortex, monitoring closely for signs that some of that frigid Arctic air may come charging down into the lower 48. When exactly will the vortex make a move and send below normal cold to the U.S.? That's the question. Well, it's kind of complicated. But here's what forecasters are seeing right now. One sign of a disturbance in the vortex, a weather system that hovers over the North Pole. I mean, this is where you'll find some of the coldest air on the planet. Will be the wave of cold air that originating from over Canada that swept across the upper Midwest and into the Northeast this past weekend. And that will be kind of a bellwether of what's to come than an actual weather maker itself. Yeah, this is the first sign of a change across the northern latitudes following the polar vortex displacement. All right, the air mass that with this first displacement will not be all that cold near the surface. It's going to follow the air mass that brought above average temperatures across much of the Midwest, which in turn kind of warmed the ground up. The cold air looks to deepen in the Northeast. Temperatures going a few degrees below normal Monday and Tuesday, so today and tomorrow, while we'll actually see things moderating a bit in the Midwest. We are seeing signs that another blast of Arctic cold from the vortex is on its way, though. But it won't happen on the same timetable that was kind of initially forecast a couple of weeks ago. Major weather changes developing over the North Pacific Ocean over the week is going to actually allow some very cold air to build over northern Canada. So far this month, temperatures have been well above average for much of Canada. But once the Arctic air takes root over Canada, that sets the stage for some of that bitterly cold air to be sent southward later here in the month of January. The most persistent frigid air will be gripping parts of central and southwestern Canada, the northern Rockies, and the interior Northwest from late January into early February, 10 to 20 degree below normal temperatures. Once that cold air breaks into U.S. territory, it'll take some time for it to work its way to the eastern third of the country, but they're anticipating the Arctic air to arrive during the weekend of the 23rd and the 24th, a.k.a. next weekend, with temperatures dropping well below normal across a wide area. Won't happen all at once, though. Some Arctic air will come in waves. Storms rolling through the Midwest to the east. In between those shots of cold air, temperatures try to rebound a little bit, but with each progressing system, it gets colder and colder. The average high in Chicago, for example, January 24, would be like 31 degrees. For the same date in Cleveland, the average high is 35. New York City, typically at 38. See, in the northern plains and the Midwest, high temperatures could plunge 10 to 20 degrees below normal. It's possible highs will reach only the teens or lower 20s in Chicago a few days. Highs expected to drop 8 to 16 degrees below normal across areas further east during the last week of January. New York City could see highs reaching the 20s or near 30 for a few days during the last week of the month. But the really harsh air, that gets up in Canada and the northern reaches of the USA. Temperatures are going to fall 15 to 20 degrees lower than normal for a few days. So we're going to be talking high temperatures close to like zero. Uh-oh. And low temperatures, like 20 below zero for the end of the month here in January and the first week or two of February. The core of that cold air may be kind of locked in from the central and northern Rockies up into west central portions of Canada. But all right, that's where you got to really be paying attention. The anti-gel comes into play. Got to have your Hot Shot Secret anti-gel. You're getting to 20 below for overnight lows, and that's air temperature, not wind chill. That's air temperature. Be prepared. Let me grab one more before we hit timeout. Top of the hour, rapidly approaching here on a Monday. Well, he's back. He did it again. They say that somewhere akin to, let me find the story here, because that's a great place to lead in. Eagle. My goodness, Eagle. That's him. We know that's him. Recent study found 49% of commercial motor vehicle drivers could be at risk for obstructive sleep apnea. I'm pretty sure Eagle's got a pretty good case of that. But the new research concluded drivers who participated in the study with undiagnosed and untreated sleep apnea were at greater risk of being involved in an accident. The study by researchers at the Virginia Tech Transportation Institute was presented at the Transportation Research Board Committee meeting last week. The study screened 20,000 drivers to determine sleep apnea potential. Now, we're all pretty familiar with what obstructive sleep apnea is. Potentially a serious sleep disorder, causing breathing to repeatedly stop and start during sleep. And of course, when sleep's frequently interrupted throughout the night, it's more likely to make you drowsy and difficulty focusing the following day. Drivers with apnea at a higher risk for car crashes, work-related accidents, and other medical problems. In the initial study, only 6.4% of the drivers were marked as potentially having obstructive sleep apnea. 86% were marked as having no OSA, and the remaining drivers had already been diagnosed with it. Now, they were then tested, applying the Stop Bang assessment. That's a screening tool that they look at snoring, tiredness, observed apneas, hypertension, body mass index, age, neck, all those things they look at. Well, this identified as many as 9,382 drivers had obstructive sleep apnea potential. Another 9,639 did not have obstructive sleep apnea. So way higher numbers of drivers that really did potentially have it, and many of which have not been diagnosed. All right, you can treat sleep apnea with a number of methods: surgery to positive airway pressure, the CPAP machines, as we know. But they say the things to look for: excessive daytime sleepiness, loud snoring, Eagle, observed episodes of stopped breathing during sleep, abrupt awakenings where you'll find yourself kind of gasping or choking, waking up with a dry mouth or a sore throat, difficulty concentrating during the day, mood changes, depression or irritability, high blood pressure, nighttime sweating, and decreased libido. They do say consult your doctor if you're experiencing the following: snoring loud enough to disturb your sleep or that of others, waking up, gasping or choking, intermittent pauses in your sleep, breathing rather, during sleep, and of course, excessive daytime drowsiness, which might cause you to fall asleep while you're working, watching television, or even driving your vehicle. There you go. Matter of fact, I mean, right with that, I said, that's kind of perfect timing there. Yeah, I got an email from Greg McDermott, our old friend with Phoenix Sleep Solutions. He emailed me Friday morning, said they wanted to inquire about getting on the new show. Yes, advertising with the Steve Sommers overnight drive. So I put him in contact with the powers that be. And for years, we had talked on a number of occasions with Greg and, of course, the Phoenix Sleep Solutions, where they offer the at-home, or if you drive a truck for a living, the in your truck sleep apnea test that cost a hell of a lot less than having to go to one of these clinics and actually do one of those all-night-long sleep studies. So maybe we'll be hearing more from them in the coming days and weeks. We'll look forward to that. Right now, though, we're going to get a quick time out. We'll come back. We've got several lines available for you. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
All right, my turn again, huh? Just like that. We're a little chilly out there. Gonna go out and get a quick smoke break. And it looks like we're gonna be, here in the Ohio Valley, gonna be in overnight lows 20s. Pretty typical for this time of year. Daytime highs, I think the next couple of days we're gonna a couple ticks above the freezing mark, 35, 36, that kind of range. And we do have, I think Thursday, Friday, we're going to get up into maybe the low 40s for a day or two. And kind of like what we were just talking about with the whole polar vortex thing. You know, our local forecasters are saying looks like the bottom may begin to really drop out over the weekend and into next week. So maybe one more week of somewhat moderate temperatures for near parts of the Midwest and the Ohio Valley. But, you know, you can't get through the whole winter without somewhere down the line feeling like it's the dead of winter. All right. We'll get back to the calls here momentarily. You'd have to almost see it to believe it. They call it an accordion bus, you know, the ones that kind of like bend in the middle. In New York City late last week, an accordion bus was left hanging halfway off an overpass. You know, yeah, the front half, it dropped off the overpass. The back half was still on the overpass. And this was in a Bronx neighborhood. According to the CBS report, the bus failed to navigate a turn near an interchange of the Cross Bronx and Major Deegan expressways and experienced brake failure, sending the front half of the articulated bus plunging off the overpass, leaving the back half of the bus perched on the bridge with the front half dangling vertically. Which, you know, that means everyone that was in the front half of that bus went flying forward. The bus fell approximately 50 feet onto the access road. Patients suffering injuries consistent with a fall from such a great height, according to the fire chief. 9 people, including the driver, injured. 1 was described as serious, 2 as non-life-threatening, and the remaining 6 were described as minor injuries. Indications are the bus operator was very helpful, very heroic, was able to help customers off the bus safely, according to the MTA bus company president. Speaking of the incident, of course, emergency crews had to empty the dangling bus of fuel before getting it off the overpass. All right, with that, so for a number of hours, that bus was just kind of dangling there, made quite the sight for passerby. But let's get back to our calls here, and we'll see. Pull up some floor. What the? I think it's actually Philip from Florida.
It is, Steve.
What's happening, Philip?
Hello, Steve.
Yeah.
How you doing, bud?
Doing well. How about you?
Hey, I'm doing good, bud. You guys are talking about those articulated buses. We got a few of those at Disney. the motor is all the way in the back of that. It's actually in what a lot of guys would call the trailer in a truck, pushing it along. Our drivers say they're really kind of, when you go into those, it's a totally different way of driving a bus. So it was kind of cool. So our next launch is going to be Tuesday, bud, up SpaceX. We're going to have another Starlink launch tomorrow.
Boy, they're pumping those things out one after another, aren't they?
Yes, they are. I don't know how many he's got up in there. He's got to be having over 1,000 now.
Yeah, I think the last launch took it to over 1,000. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got it going, and then I think it's going to be Friday. I don't know if you've seen it or not. Have you heard of the Starship?
I've heard of it. Yeah, they've just done some tests, right?
Yeah, it's he's got a Starship vehicle he's working on down in Boca Chica, Texas. It's made out of stainless steel. He's put a lot of money into it, and they did a test with one of them. It's been about a month or two ago, and it did exactly what it was supposed to do. It went up to like about 38,000 feet. It came back down and did what they call a belly flop, and then it stood itself up, and it tried landing, but they had a pressure problem with one of the engines, and when it hit the pavement, it exploded. But this one is going to be happening, I believe, Friday. They did the test runs on the motors, and they're going to try for it. It's either Friday or Sunday.
Now, Starship, that's the one that's supposed to be like the missions to Mars. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's going to be missions to Mars and missions to the moon.
Yeah.
The intent with it, though, is they're going to put this vehicle. What they're building now is the full-scale vehicle. It's already, in the test phase as far as that goes. And that vehicle will go on top of a monster of a rocket. And that rocket's going to lift it up and get it going, shoot it, kind of slingshot it towards Mars. And then the remaining propellant that's in that unit is going to take it to Mars. That's the plan.
Wow.
But the funny thing that's about it, Steve, is the unit doesn't burn normal propellant. Usually, mostly the normal propellant they're using is a kerosene-based propellant. But this propellant is actually methane gas, because when they say they're in Mars, they have more availability to that gas up there, and they'll be able to get back home with the gas from the planet. That's the reason they went with that propellant. But it's a lot more volatile than RP1 and all the regular rocket fuels that they're using now. So it's pretty interesting. If you get a chance to watch one of those launches, seeing that last one was amazing. When you see a vehicle that's probably 200 foot tall, and that thing it goes up and it comes back down, it looks like it's just going to fall out of the sky and then does a belly flop and then stands up and then lands. He can pull that off, man. That's amazing.
Wow.
Just thought I'd let you know about it. I try to keep you in touch with it. If you guys want to see any of that stuff, there's a YouTube channel. It's called NASA Flight. They're the ones that are watching it really closely down at Boca Chica. So they have the daily reports. You actually can see when they test fire things and when they make different adjustments on it. The whole town is like on a coast, and it's right down by the Mexican border. It's a pretty interesting place. If you get a chance on YouTube, check it out. So Steve, how do I do the subscribe thing again? Can you let me know about that for you directly?
Yeah, if you go to YouTube and search Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, you'll see the page come up there where right now you can listen to the previous shows, like all the last week's shows would be there, but you can't until we get the 1,000 subscribers. When the page comes up, you'll see like a little green button in the top right corner that says subscribe. Just click on subscribe, and once we hit 1,000, we can go live on that channel as well.
Yeah, I'd like that, because I'm trying to get around. I either got to go through Facebook to see you or go through Hot Shots YouTube channel to see you. And I can pull up the old shows and re-listen to them, which that's a good idea. I like it. You guys y'all are cataloging that. That's cool. But yeah, I would like to go to like one place and just be able to pull it up. You know what I mean? Instead
Right.
of having to go through somebody's search engine or whatever. What do you think about Signal, Bud, that messenger service that they're trying to get people to go to instead of Facebook? Have you heard about that?
Which one? The people have been talking about the Weemy. Is that it, or?
No, it's there's one called Signal. It's kind of like Facebook Messenger. It's encrypted. You can say what you want. You can get in groups and whatnot. And then there's another one called Telegraph that they're talking about. Elon Musk actually told everybody to go to Signal, forget about Facebook and go to Signal for all the censorship and whatnot if you want to get away from it.
Yeah.
And Signal and Telegraph, they're both encrypted. So the government can't look at you or other people can look at you, so to speak. What's your thoughts on those kind of services?
I mean, last week, when they were talking about these potential violent groups going to D.C. and whatnot, supposedly that's where they're hearing or seeing whatever some of the chatter about possible violence, like for the inauguration. I guess, because they said they're going to the encrypted room, so I'm assuming that's what that is. Nobody can track down who said what if you're in an encrypted group. Is that the idea?
From what I understand, that's what they were saying. If people get into an encrypted site, there's no way they can do it. Facebook has to be open to a point. I mean, our privacy is our privacy on our Facebook accounts to a point, but it's in Facebook. It's all up to the user on what the public can see. With these sites, it's totally encrypted, and you can actually get with a group and do your group chats and stuff. From what I understand, I don't know that much about them, but I know that Facebook. I get really sick of the algorithms in Facebook because it seems like to me I see the same people all the time on my Facebook.
Right. I mean that all changed here. What, a year and a half, 2 years ago? You used to see. I guess if you were friends with someone, whoever posted what, it would just kind of like post them in order, and you got to see everything. Yeah, I mean, if you click on if you click on somebody's page or whatever, it seems like you'll see all their stuff, and then for days to come. But you get the same people over and over, don't you?
Yeah, and it's like with me, it's like people that I frequently check out. So like if I check out somebody's homepage or whatever you want to call it, their wall, check it out. I goes back to them. It pulls up everything that they put for the day. Is what I've seen with Facebook. I'm not into Twitter. I've got a Twitter account. I've got an Instagram account. Instagram, all it is to me, it seems like to me, is just about pictures and videos and that kind of thing. But the Signal thing and Telegraph, it's like Facebook from what I understand, but you have to set groups up and all that stuff. It just sounds a lot more involved to do. I'm not a tech guy. I'm an old guy. I was here before computers, so I just do what I got to do.
Right.
I'm old school truck driving too, and I remember when dispatchers had cards on the board instead of having an actual computer they looked at. Which
and you remember having to go you had to go to the truck stop and get in one of those phone banks, that hallway where you had 15 phones on the wall, right? And you had to call dispatch and tell them you were running late.
Hey, Steve, do you remember when you used to have to buy a phone card so you wouldn't have to jack up your phone at home? You'd go buy a phone card and get money on a phone card. We did that. But I remember my dispatchers back in the 90s, they had like cards on a board. When a customer would call in, okay, they need this much freight, they'd move it. When the customer, it's almost like an air traffic controller used to have with the sliders. But the industry has changed a lot. So, well, I'm going to let you go, bud. I appreciate you letting me talk, and you have a good day, man.
All right. Thank you so much for checking in there. Be safe. Have a good Monday, and we'll talk again. Yeah, he was mentioning the launch. I think I emailed this story over. Yeah, SpaceX will launch their first batch of Starlink satellites in 2021. Today's the date I'm looking at here from this story. expanding the growing mega constellation. The Hawthorne, California-based company will launch 60 Starlink satellites on their workhorse Falcon 9 rocket from NASA's historic Pad 39A at the Kennedy Space Center at 8:45 Eastern Time. Now, that's just a few hours from now. Obviously, you can watch all that kind of stuff live from space.com or nasa.gov. And courtesy of SpaceX. Now, they say that they start the stream like 15 minutes before liftoff. You can also watch the launch directly via SpaceX. SpaceX has one launch under its belt this year, and they're looking to ramp up the pace. 2020 was a banner year. 2 different astronaut missions to the International Space Station, the first for a commercial company. It was also the company's busiest launch year to date. They made a record 26 flights last year, smashing the previous record of 18 that was set in 2018. This year, SpaceX has even bigger ambitions. The company plans to launch 40 rockets between its California and Florida launch sites. So following liftoff this morning, the Falcon 9's first stage is expected to land on the SpaceX drone ship, which is called Just Read the Instructions. That's out in the Atlantic. The main drone ship, called, of course, I Still Love You, is undergoing maintenance before it returns to service after a busy year last year. If successful, the landing will mark the 72nd recovery of a first-stage booster for the California-based rocket manufacturer. The rocket featured in this launch will be another record-setting booster. This is going to be B-1051. This flight-proven booster will be embarking on its 8th flight, which will be the first of SpaceX's fleet to do so. It will also mark one of their shortest turnaround times between flights, as this particular rocket, this booster, flew just over a month ago. And that's what's so incredible, the turnaround time. They're launching and returning the booster and launching it again. To date, B-1051 has carried an assortment of payloads, including an uncrewed Crew Dragon spacecraft to the International Space Station. That was part of a test flight in 2019, followed by a trio of Earth-observing satellites for Canada, as well as 4 different Starlink missions. Most recently, they carried a 15,432-pound satellite into orbit for satellite radio Sirius XM that will be beaming down content to the Sirius subscribers across the U.S., Canada, and Caribbean. Seems like that launch, that was right about a month ago. Well, that's last time B-1051 was used. All right, so if I can jog that to memory, coming up 8:45 this morning. I like to tune in and watch those things. Pretty cool. Let's see. Quick from the email bag. He says, the only space exploration most of us need to hear about are the Klingons near Uranus. Wash those nasty-ass drivers. Ratchet Jaw, thanks for the email. Over and out. So let me flip over to, I thought all this stuff had really settled back. I remember early on in the COVID pandemic when everything was shut down, and if you went, I know the gas stations, locally, the restrooms were closed to the public. No one was letting anyone use restrooms and whatnot. Now, apparently, there's still some issues out there because the story from Sunday, this past day, from the CBC out of Canada. Those truckers delivering our essential goods during the COVID-19 pandemic are facing a dehumanizing struggle to find open restrooms. One that could lead to health concerns down the road, according to the national agency that represents female drivers. Many chain restaurants and local businesses that remain open have restricted public access to their facilities. That means truckers working 12-hour shifts may end up not using a restroom all day. The CEO of the Women's Trucking Federation of Canada is now pushing businesses to open their facilities and for carriers to stand up for their drivers. One female truck driver, she said, told her how she'd been unloading at a facility for 6 hours without being allowed to use their facilities. And when she asked a third time, was given a roll of toilet paper and told to go behind the building. That's just wrong. She said that's just dehumanizing. Drivers are human beings. We're not dogs. We don't go outside. We deserve to be able to go into the washroom like everybody else. Yeah, truckers experiencing this heavily during the pandemic's first wave. As I said, I remember that very well. I thought it had all settled down now, though. But apparently, with this next phase, I guess, or next surge, we're going through it again. She said not having bathroom access could lead to long-term health effects, kidney disease, kidney stones. Imagine being a city driver in the greater Toronto area. You're making your deliveries and you work a 13-hour day, and there's no place for you to use the restroom. Now, in a statement Saturday, a spokesperson for the Ontario Ministry of Transportation, Caroline Mulroney, called it unacceptable that drivers have been denied access to public restrooms and urging businesses to come on, step up, and support them. We are committed to supporting the trucking industry, truck drivers and commercial carriers. They're working to keep the goods moving for the people. It's the same here as it is in Canada. It's unacceptable for them to be denied restroom access. There are currently 50 truck stops with bathrooms open on that province's highway network, she said. They also plan to keep 18 seasonal rest area locations open, along with 31 truck inspection stations and one tourist information center. While drivers are used to going a long time without restrooms, especially on trips through northern Ontario, we have to come up with designated spaces during this pandemic. One driver who's been driving a transport truck for the past 6 years said she spends between 11 and 14 hours on the road every day, and it's going to be tough to continue on if businesses that are open keep refusing bathroom access. Even finding a bite to eat is difficult. Again, with many eateries closing as early as 8 o'clock in the evening, which can be grueling for drivers who work those long shifts that end late in the night. Basically, anywhere you go and pick up or deliver, they're refusing us. But we're driving your medicine. We're driving your food. We're driving everything for you. Have some compassion for us. Yeah, they're saying the same thing there as we've said for years. The truck drivers are keeping the economy moving. You know, at some point, the drivers may say enough is enough. But what are you going to do when you go to the store and the shelves are starting to be empty? Because in 3 days' time, that's all it would take if these trucks stopped rolling. That is correct. Yeah, early on, I mean, you're going back to, just less than a year ago, back in March, April, when the whole COVID was really beginning to take hold here in the United States and elsewhere around the world. Yeah, those were the scenarios. But the trucking community were being hailed as heroes night after night. I'd share stories where people were actually finding way to have stops where drivers could pull through and get something to eat, because so many of the drive-thrus, as you'll recall, you didn't have any dine-in eating. If you wanted food, you had to go to a fast food joint, but most of the drive-thrus, the McDonald's and the Burger Kings, most of their facilities don't have parking lots big enough to even pull a big truck around. And, of course, they weren't allowing anyone to walk up to the drive-through window, and you sure as hell couldn't get your big truck to the drive-through window without tearing up a whole bunch of the building. All right, so while we're looking at a quick break here and several lines open, we'll get back to your calls right after this. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, want to jump on board? Feel free. You got several lines available. It's 844-3388. And if you weren't with us earlier, we do have the new feature. You got something to share with us, road shutdown, accident report, something of that nature. You can send a text message to that number, and that message will pop up right there on the screen in front of me. So that way you don't have to dial the number and sit on hold, because Lord knows the call screener might not have any idea what you're calling in to tell me. So yeah, send a text message, very simple, and that'll come right through to me. Just leave your name and type in what you have to say. And if you type it in, we're sure to get it correct, right? All right, let me see here. Get back to the calls. Who's next up here? We'll see if is it sunshine or something else.
It's sunshine.
Well, hello, sunshine.
How are you doing, Steve?
Doing all right.
Glad to see you're back on. Glad you can even be seen.
Yes. How about that?
On that minimum wage deal, if they enforce that $15 an hour, I know down there in the South areas, they've got these screens out front. You pick what you want for your food, and they've only got one or two people in the restaurant to make it.
So for the 15, so you're saying if they raise the minimum wage to 15 an hour, that we're going to see more of that, you mean? And it's your service is going to go way downhill.
Probably. Originally, I think the minimum wage was just it wasn't classified as a living wage. That was so the kids could get an experience making some money for themselves while they still under their parents' care.
Right.
And it's like they threw out all the raises based on your job performance.
Mm-hmm.
It's like if somebody gets a raise, it's everybody gets a raise across the board, whether they deserve it or not.
And for
I don't know
how about the people that have been working for $15 an hour, and now the guy flipping burgers is going to be making $15 an hour, but they're still going to be making 15 doing their job.
Yeah. They're going to take the incentive away from, people that's wanting to work and do a good job if they don't give them raises based on their performance. But I don't know. I don't see how it's all going to work out.
Yeah.
Because in the end, we're going to pay for it anyway.
Well, businesses are going to do whatever they have to do. If it costs more to run the business, well, you have to pass that cost on. That's what the caller earlier was trying to say. So, what the individuals making, say, $10 an hour right now can purchase for their buck. So they make 15 an hour. The price of everything goes up, and they're not really coming out ahead because they're paying more for everything anyway.
Yep. That's true. But anyway, I'm glad to see you're on there. That was neat hearing from Maverick the other night.
Yeah, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And he actually slipped up and told us how old he was. Did you catch that when he was talking?
No, I probably have to go back to the replay.
Yeah, he was talking to me about, I asked him if he was still driving the bus, and, he said the COVID thing, for the COVID had pretty much shut that down, because I don't think someone that's 77 years old, whoops, did I say that, needs to be out there with all those people on the bus,
Yeah. I'll be 67 this year.
Well, it's 77. It's time for him to enjoy some time at home, right? I know he's been enjoying time with the grandkids and all that, so.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad that, people are able to live longer and all that there.
Uh-huh.
As long as they got a good quality of life. But I've got an aunt that she decided to go on hospice. So she's like my second mom.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, she's still here yet, but she's having hospice come in and help her. So.
Well, Sunshine, thanks so much for checking in. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, we got snow up here where 271 goes off of 71. It's starting to snow flurry again.
Okay.
But the roads are a lot better up here than what I thought they was going to be tonight. The worst part was between Wilmington and Route 56.
Okay.
They was kind of covered there. But anyway, talk to you later.
Thanks
I'll
for
be
checking in. You got it. Thanks for tuning us in. That frees up another line where, hey, we're wide open here on a Monday. It's 844-844-3388. So looks like Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will resign her Senate seat today, 2 days before she and Joe Biden are inaugurated. Aides to the California Democrat confirming the timing and said Governor Gavin Newsom was aware of her decision, which, of course, clears the way for him to appoint fellow Democrat Alex Padilla, who is now California's Secretary of State, to serve the final 2 years of Harris's term. Padilla, they say, will be the first Latino senator from California, where about 40% of the residents in that state are Hispanic. Newsom actually announced his choice last month following some intense lobbying for the rare Senate vacancy from the nation's most populous state. Harris, they tell us, will give no farewell Senate floor speech. The Senate is not scheduled to reconvene until Tuesday, of course, being the eve of the inauguration. So that will be taking place today. Here's another item we can add to our list. Talking earlier about changes in the opening days of a Joe Biden presidency, reversing so many things that Donald Trump had implemented, rejoined the Paris Climate Accord. As I said, we went through that list. Well, you know, it's amazing how it turned out to be a non-issue for this 2020 election when it was one of the top issues leading up to the 2016 election. And that was illegal immigration in this country. And the chance of build that wall. Nary did we hear anything about immigration concerns for the 2020 election, unless I missed it. But they've been listening south of the border. And right out of the box, I mean, literally within a day or two of Joe Biden becoming president, he's going to get his first big test along the U.S.-Mexico border. Because as we speak, there's a caravan of Honduran migrants approaching the U.S. border just ahead of the inauguration. That's going to be the first major test. How will Joe respond? Because Joe Biden plans to reverse many of Donald Trump's immigration policies. Now, the group was originally somewhere between 2,000 and 4,000 strong. The numbers have dwindled a bit as the march toward the U.S. has continued. We recognize the importance of the incoming government of the United States having shown a strong commitment to migrants and asylum seekers, which represent an opportunity for the governments of Mexico and Central America to develop policies and a migration management that will respect and promote the human rights of the population and mobility. That's the statement from one of the migrant rights groups. We will advocate that that the Biden government honors its commitments, he says. Now, the Associated Press also reporting migrants crossed into Guatemala on Friday night without registering after departing from San Pedro Sula in Honduras earlier in the day. It's not clear what the intended final destination of that caravan is, or if they'll be able to make it without being further fractured. One of the migrants is on the way to the U.S., 25-year-old Oscar Zaldivar. He says there's no choice about leaving his country. You have to leave here, this country, because we're going to die here. The Immigration Institute in Guatemala said that about 600 people returned to Honduras voluntarily after entering the country of Guatemala. But yeah, marching on toward the United States. And if I heard correctly, Joe is going to be looking, remember the Dreamers, the DREAM Act? I believe there are approximately 11 million said individuals that Joe's looking to make legal residents of the United States. Just like that, in one failed swoop. And as the word spreads throughout Central and South America, will we see these tens of thousands in these caravans begin making the march to the United States? I full well suspect that's going to be the case. All right, it's 844-3388. Lines wide open here on a Monday morning. Jump on board as we make it into week number 2 of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive here in the Hot Shot Secret Studios. One of the biggest questions for 2021 for trucking is whether a wave of capacity is going to enter the market that stabilizes the current elevated spot rate environment. The story from Freight Waves, they say it's a question many transportation providers struggle with every year as they try to balance the need for growth versus cost control. You overextend your fleet beyond demand, then you have to drop your prices just to keep rolling. Demand exceeds your capacity, and you miss out on precious growth opportunities. Bottom line is, spot rates have expanded too much and sustained for too long not to see growth in capacity this year. Now, again, according to Freight Waves, the real question is not if, but when it's going to occur. Trucking capacity is relatively opaque. Very few measures available to get a full picture of how much is available in the for-hire or non-private trucking space. The Bureau of Labor Statistics put out a monthly figure measuring employees in the truck transportation space. It's a good directional measure for the growth or decline in the industry. It covers all the employees of carriers, including drivers and some of the back office workers. Looking at the non-seasonally adjusted figure for truck transportation employment levels as of November, there's still a long way to go to get back to where we were before this whole COVID thing started to unfold. November of 2019, there were over 15.3 million people employed in the trucking industry overall, whereas this past November, that figure sat at about 14.8. That's more than 500,000 jobs difference. Now, like many industry, trucking companies have not fully recovered their employment levels to where they were when the pandemic started in earnest back in March of last year. It's hard to imagine we're almost a full year into this. In the meantime, freight volumes have actually expanded beyond where they were when this all started. The result has been unprecedented growth in spot market rates for the second half of 2020, with so much uncertainty about what was occurring and how long the demand would last. Carriers were kind of hesitant to invest in growth. They were hit hard by, you'll recall, the low volumes back in April, and they were burned by the oversupplied 2019 market that resulted largely from overinvestment in 2018. Once again, we saw a kind of a familiar pattern emerge late last year as orders for new Class 8 trucks hit 47,000 and some change as far as units in November. Preliminary reports show December orders were in excess of 50,000. Now, those numbers resemble the numbers that last seen in July and August of 2018. That was the year we were talking month after month, record high sales. 2018 was a gangbuster year. These two situations aren't completely congruent. Carriers were motivated to invest in depreciating assets, thanks in part to the tax incentive put in place by the Trump administration. One of the major reasons for the surge of freight in 2017 and 18 that actually led to their confidence in an extended period of demand. Orders averaged about 32,000 units for the 12-month period, starting in October 2017, compared to 14,600 for the previous 12-month period. I mean, numbers were double in that period. You look at the employment figures, we can see there was a rapid expansion period for trucking that bled all the way over into early 2019. So the numbers, freight waves, when will the next wave of trucking capacity hit the market? That is the question, and we shall see. Some of your industry headlines. Let me grab one other here as we get a new year is underway. Changes to the Pennsylvania Move Over Law will take effect on April the 27th of this year. Now, they tell us the new additions will require approaching drivers who are unable to merge into a further lane to reduce their speed by 20 miles per hour less than the posted speed limit. So if you're on an interstate, you're in a 65 zone, if you can't move over, if you've got the move over laws about emergency vehicles, and any vehicle with flashing lights, be it police, fire, or just an individual broke down on the side of the road with their emergency flashers on. You have to slow down 20 miles per hour below the posted speed limit. This new law imposes 2 points to your license for failure to merge into the lane not next to the emergency respond area. Set fines at $500 for a first-time offender, $1,000 for a second offense, $2,000 for any additional offenses. It will require a 90-day license suspension for a third or subsequent offense. The license suspension will also apply to accidents that seriously harm or kill another person. They will set additional fines up to $10,000 for violators who injure or kill an emergency service responder or an individual in or near a disabled vehicle. And it will double the fines for several traffic violations when committed in an emergency response area when first responders are present. People just don't seem to pay attention, and you'd be astounded with the number of whether it's police or firefighters that are trying to assist individuals on the side of the road who are struck by oncoming vehicles. Now, what is an emergency response area? That's defined as an emergency vehicle has its lights flashing, or it could be where road crews or emergency responders have lighted flares or posted signs or anything to try to warn travelers. So that's in the state of Pennsylvania. The move over law, they're cracking down for your failure to move over. Again, that's going to kick in on April the 27th. Keep that in mind. With that, we about 5 before the hour, and we'll be rolling into our final hour. And you can help us get through that hour by dialing us up at 844-844-3388. Hello, Heatwave.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, listen.
I think Heatwave might have lost his cell, or might he come back? Yeah, Heatwave, I think you lost your cell, brother. Give us a ring back when you can. I mean, it's like either that or he hit mute because it was like flipping a light switch. Hey, Senor. All right, get more on the traveler's weather coming up here. We're talking space flight, the launch that's going to be coming up here in short order for the SpaceX. And we had a test over the weekend where NASA conducted a test firing for the engines for their giant space launch system, the SLS, as it's called, the lunar rocket on Saturday. But it had to shut down earlier than planned. The hot fire test at the Stennis Space Center in Mississippi was supposed to last a little over 8 minutes, they tell us. But it was about 1 minute in, and they had to shut the engines down. Teams trying to assess the data, what caused the early shutdown, and what they're going to do trying to move forward. So I'm assuming it was like the computer shut it down. Despite being cut short, they said the test of the RS-25 engines did give them some valuable information for the planned mission. Saturday's test was an important step forward to ensure that the core stage of the SLS rocket is ready for what will be the Artemis 1 mission, which will carry crew on future missions. Okay. So with that, I guess the spokesperson says, in my opinion, the team accomplished a lot today. We learned a lot about the vehicle, NASA's Artemis 1 mission to test the SLS, and an unmanned Orion spacecraft is scheduled to take place before the end of this year. So lots of stuff going on when it comes to space travel and the like. All right, news update. Quick timeout just ahead. We'll be getting to news updates in the coming days and weeks, though. Yeah, we've been working on that over the past week as we're into week number 2 here. Want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. We'll get back to your calls coming up as we head into our final hour. Good to have you with us. It's the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
That means we're back as we head into the final hour on a Monday. All right, we've been rolling into the 18th day of January. Hope you had a good weekend. How about that football? Had some good games. We're down to 4. I gotta remember this. Tampa Bay got Green Bay. I'm not real up to speed on my divisions. Could it be possible for a Tampa Bay Green Bay Super Bowl, or are they in the same divisions? I'm not sure. See, I'm not up to speed on my football stuff. See, what would they call that? The Battle of the Bays or something? Meanwhile, our number is 844-3388. And I know what happened to Heatwave. We hit that 4-hour mark. I forgot to reset the phone. So, yeah, a little thing to jog the memory, but we got him back up and running there. So, Heat Wave, you can dial us back up, and if you want to jump on board, yeah, there's room for you. Again, as we head into that final hour, someone on the comments, I don't get to see most of the comments that are being posted during the show. Kyle tells me that there's comments coming in one after another. Someone was asking, is Steve going to keep us up to date on DOT regulations and things like that with his new show? Absolutely. And a couple things I guess we could share with you this morning. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration announcing a final rule to update the safety standards for vehicles equipped with automated driving systems. The final rule, they say, is expected to be published in the Federal Register very soon. It will amend several crashworthiness regulations in the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Regulation standards. It also exempts vehicles equipped with automated driving systems designed never to carry human occupants, including drivers, from the crashworthiness standards. Just another step by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to help remove some of the barriers that could block the development of autonomous vehicles. So they're coming. With more than 90% of serious crashes caused by driver error, it is vital that we remove unnecessary barriers to technology because that could help save lives. That's the words of the Deputy Administrator with the NHTSA, James Owens. We don't want regulations enacted long before the development of automated technologies that would present like an unintended consequence or an unnecessary barrier to more innovation and improved vehicle safety. The rule received instant criticism from some of the safety groups, though. The likes of the president of Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety said this is another example of the Department of Transportation kowtowing to the auto industry. At the heart of the problem is the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration's failure to advance common sense rules detailing minimum performance standards for autonomous driving systems. A self-driving vehicle should be able to drive itself safely. This is not some kind of a newfangled demand. By the industry's own admission, mass deployment of autonomous vehicles is relatively far in the future. Now they're looking to fast-track this autonomous vehicle deployment today without the proper safeguards. This is jeopardizing the public safety, which understandably strongly favors some sort of a minimum performance standards. So based on my understanding of this, fully autonomous vehicle, a vehicle that's going to be rolling down the highway with no one in the vehicle, no driver, no one to take the wheel in the event of an emergency. They're going to scrap the crash worthiness standards for those vehicles. While we recognize large-scale implementation is still in the future, innovations continue very rapidly. Technology holds promise to save thousands of lives and has potential to help commercial motor vehicles drivers, too. Safely harnessing the technology, we're going to need our continued and focused attention. Okay, so there's one of the industry headlines. Now let's get back to our calls here on a Monday morning. Oh, take two, Heat Wave. You got disconnected like a... Welcome back, though. Thanks for calling back.
Make it take... email me your address. I'm going to send you some 3M sticky notepads so you can put that on there. Remember to reset fourth hour program. Yeah. So actually, I was going to blame it on California with their democratic socialism out here, and You took the fire out of my argument there.
Sorry.
No, I didn't want to leave. It's all right, no biggie. I didn't want to leave you with that I was eternally ticked off at the Democrats, which I am. But I didn't want to leave on a sour note. I just wanted to leave with a Monday funny. You got your sound effects there yet, or are you still working on that?
No, I don't have much.
Well, if you don't like it, just yell boo. Anyways, we're talking about the climate change. With being that it's nature, it's cyclical, with the different changes. And, in nature we have what we would call the freaks of nature. We've had two-headed cattle, two-headed snakes, legs coming out of cattle. We've had people with deformities, conjoined twins, Siamese twins, people with two heads. I had a friend of mine that was born with 3 testicles. So his call sign on the radio was Trey. And he said he had a friend of his that was born with 5 male members.
Oh, boy.
And I said, my goodness, 5 of them. He says, yeah. And I said, well, how did his pants fit? He said, like a glove.
Boo.
Boy. I'm sure some of my Facebook friends will jump on that and say, what a moronic joke. But hey, at least I laughed, so I thought it was funny. Have a good night, senor.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for calling back there, Heatwave. All right. Frees up another line at 844-844-3388. I know a lot of you, well, especially in this whole COVID pandemic, ain't got much of a choice. You were just talking about the lack of availability for restrooms, and in many cases, the lack of ability to find with so many restaurants closing early. And hell, I think we're still under the 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. Whole curfew thing. The bars have to be shut down. Everybody's got to be home and all that stuff. So, yeah, you're not finding the Wendy's open till 1 or 2 in the morning like we did back in the day. So a lot of you are eating out of your truck, and especially for many of the owner-operators. I know you got a fridge and a little fridge in your truck, and you may have a couple of those big-ass sandwiches in there, and you may have some Hot Pockets. Just a heads up here, as Nestle Prepared Foods has recalled more than 762,000 pounds of pepperoni Hot Pockets, according to the Department of Agriculture. The very popular, the frozen stuffed sandwiches that apparently were sent to retail stores all over the country, being recalled because they may be contaminated with extraneous material, specifically pieces of glass and hard plastic. According to the announcement on Friday, the problem discovered when the company received 4 complaints of extraneous material, as they call it, in pepperoni Hot Pockets. They have received 1 report of a minor oral injury associated with the consumption. The recall is for 54-ounce packages containing 12 Nestle Hot Pockets brand sandwiches. Premium pepperoni made with pork, chicken, and beef. Let's see. The affected body, they'll have a best before February of 2022 date. Then I'm not going to go through all the lot codes because you'd never be able to remember that, but they'll have an EST, establishment number, as they call it, an EST number of 7721A inside the USDA mark of inspection. If you have purchased this product, you are urged not to consume it. It may be thrown away, or you can return it to wherever you purchased it. So check your little freezer for your pepperoni Hot Pockets. All right. Let's get back to the calls here and see what's going on. All I know is Tom Brady did it again.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Without a doubt. 4 out of 4 ain't bad what I predicted there.
Yeah.
Them Hot Pockets, though, I don't put trash in my mouth, but talk a lot of trash out of it, but not in it there, right? Green Bay and Tampa Bay will be playing this weekend.
Okay. Okay.
They're under the NFC, and then you got Buffalo and Kansas City playing for the AFC. The Green Bay, Tampa Bay, oh, man, that's going to be a 50-50 game, but I'm going to take Tom Brady over, what's his name, Danica's old boyfriend up there in Green Bay. It ain't Brett Favre no more, but it's that other dude. I can't think of his name right off the top of my head there. But I'm definitely Mahomes is under a concussion protocol, so I don't even know if he's going to be playing next week. So it could be wind up that Buffalo beats Kansas City. I don't know, but I'm still going to take Kansas City over Buffalo. And then in the Super Bowl, we'll have Kansas City and Tampa Bay.
Okay.
And I'm going with Tom Brady, number 7. And then, he's been promised all of this. And then after this, he's gone off into the sunset, dude.
Yeah.
And then Joe Burrow, he was out for this season. He's going to come back. Guaranteed. Cincinnati's going to be going to the Super Bowl at some point in the near future.
Really?
How about that?
You think Joe's going to be able to pull it all together?
Oh, absolutely. They'll get enough people around him that protect him. That's what Joe's biggest problem. I think that's what Cincinnati's biggest problem is. They don't have enough people to protect their quarterback. And Andy still ain't doing good down there in Dallas anyway, right? But damn, the scariest thing today, Steve, $15 an hour, and that 65-mile-an-hour speed limiter, that's going to come back too. We're already getting the sleep apnea thing, which I'm 6 foot tall, I only weigh 200 pounds, so I don't know. I ain't got no great big neck, and I sleep like a baby when I hit that big. That's because I'm tired when I get back there, right?
I hear you.
Yeah, so, but I don't know. It's change is on the horizon. That's all I can tell you. We're going backwards. And, they already marching on the border down there, want to bring a bunch of garbage in here. I don't mind people coming here, do it legally. And then when you get here, you conform to the way the American people are, not to the way it was down there in Venezuela or Guatemala or whatever. I got a guy from Guatemala, him and his wife and his daughter, they live back there and behind me on the backside of my house there. And they're some of the nicest people you ever met. They came here legally, and that's why he believes in it. You come here legally, and then you can, he works. He don't shake a free hand out. So that's a good neighbor in my book.
I'm all for that. Absolutely. That's the way, there's a reason we have a certain number. We let 1 million people legally into this country from around the world every single year. And there's a reason they cap it at, there's only so many you can absorb into the country because, otherwise, most of them that come in illegally end up getting on the public dole, whatever they can get. I know there's certain things that they're not eligible to get, but you know the drill.
Oh, I know it there. Well, I'm glad I'm on the back end of my work days there, buddy. I'm down to 4 years and I can retire. I'm looking forward to that. Of course, I'll still call you every now and then just to bug the hell out of you, right?
You mean you're not going to retire till you're 90?
Oh, 90. I ain't so damn old yet. I ain't. I'm working on it, so
Yep.
I feel like I'm 90 some days, don't you?
I do.
After being up all night long.
Darn right.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Mr. T. Sommers, I'll back out of here and let somebody else get in there and spout some more of their baloney, too. That's all of my baloney for today, Mr. T. Sommers. Have a great, blessed day, brother.
You got it. Thank you for dialing us up. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. So it looks like Joe Biden's incoming communications director says she expects the swearing-in ceremony will indeed take place outdoors at the western side of the Capitol. She did kind of signal that could change if security measures require it. I think that's going to send an incredibly important visual image to the world in regards to the resilience of the American democracy. She was speaking on ABC this past day with George Stephanopoulos. So our plan, our expectation is that President-elect Biden will put his hand on the Bible with his family outside the west side of the Capitol on the 20th. But she did acknowledge it is kind of a fluid situation right now. Unfortunately, you only have to look at the chatter on social media to see that we are living in very volatile times right now. So working to ensure that we will be prepared. 25,000 National Guard troops. And how many thousand, law enforcement, police, and whatnot? Because they've brought in from surrounding communities and states something like we've never before seen. I haven't seen it in my lifetime in our nation's capital. All right, California. Yep, you've got wind advisories, and you saw a lot of winds over the weekend. Almost summer-like warmth. I hope you enjoyed that have already created dangerous conditions. We saw red flag warnings, fire danger reaching critical levels for the last few days of last week and through the weekend. Forecasters now warn that an even more powerful windstorm is on the horizon. Uh-oh. Now, some communities already faced evacuations as a fire broke out. And winds quickly fanned those flames in Ventura County last week. Forecasters say residents need to remain prepared to evacuate on short notice as that fire weather is far from over. High wind watches and advisories are posted for parts of Southern California, and the National Weather Service has warned conditions will be favorable for extreme fire behavior, which could threaten lives and property. People need to use extreme caution with any sources that could lead to fire ignition. Now, they always talk about parking cars over dry brush, for instance, or using open flames, outdoor grills. The setup from now till Wednesday, they say, checks all the boxes for a strong Santa Ana wind event, gusts in the neighborhood of 80 to 100 miles per hour. In the most northeast wind-prone locations there in Southern California, utility companies may be forced to cut power as a precaution to avoid downed live wires, sparking blazes. Southern California Edison has reported that over 277,000 customers in the Los Angeles area may see their power cut as a safety precaution for this upcoming storm. Winds are forecast to be strong enough to topple trees, break tree limbs, knock down power lines. The high wind event will be fueled by the unusual difference in atmospheric pressure. As an area of high pressure builds over the northwest, air is then forced over the tops of the mountains through the passes and the canyons of California, which can increase the local wind gusts even more. There will be a boost in winds from a pattern high in the atmosphere as well, they say. So, all right, I'm looking at a broad area. Damaging winds, high fire danger, power outages, difficult driving. And in some cases, you could see storm max winds approaching 120 miles per hour. Strongest are going to be in the northern Sierra Nevada, as well as the transverse ranges of Southern California. That's where 70 to 90 mile per hour winds are anticipated, gusts of 120. Now, even though the strongest winds will be over the sparsely populated portions of the mountains, this is going to be a regional wind event. Strong winds will whip even through the highly populated portions where gusts can kick up the dust, difficult handling of vehicles, tossing around loose object, garbage cans, patio furniture, all that good stuff. Typically, Santa Ana winds stay out of downtown L.A. and the Los Angeles basin, but this time, they say, conditions may be just right where they may see 30 to 40 mile per hour gust even in those calmer areas. So be aware. I guess that'll be kicking up later on today. All right, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and back to the calls. Big Moose?
Yeah, I had to call you back because I had a stroke of genius.
Oh, yeah?
You know, when you was talking about them Hot Pockets, instead of recalling them Hot Pockets, here's what they ought to do if they had any smarts about them. Just repackage them and insert a little 3-ounce bottle of that Elmer's glue and just tell everybody that after they eat the Hot Pockets riddled with a hard plastic and glass, they just shoot that bottle of Elmer's glue, and then in about 3 hours you have your own abstract art movement.
That'll work.
Hey, you know what? See, I've got to keep this entrepreneurial mindset because, you know, I wasn't blessed in the looks department, you know, so you got to have something to offer the world. I'm not saying I'm ugly, but the last time I was at the proctologist, the doctor stuck his finger in my mouth.
Oh, boy. Okay. That's rough.
I'm gone.
Thank you again there. Have a good morning. Be safe out there. The Big Moose is on the loose. All right. They tell us this past day, we double check. Yeah, the date, Sunday, January the 17th. That's this past day. UPS and Norfolk Southern said they're looking into whether employee health data was compromised after hackers posted medical records of truck drivers and rail workers to a leak site following an apparent ransomware attack and a data breach at a Virginia-based occupational health care provider. It is not immediately clear how many UPS and Norfolk Southern personnel were affected by the leak of over 3,000 files from occupational health provider known as Tailor Made Diagnostics. Now, this is going back about 10 days ago. FreightWaves found multiple health records for employees from both of those firms, in addition to multiple smaller trucking companies, U.S. government agencies, and defense contractors from as recently as December 2020. All right, the security of our employees' data is a priority for Norfolk Southern and a requirement for our vendors, according to a spokesperson there. Norfolk Southern is looking into the issue. No further comment at this time. Railway employs about nearly 25,000 people operating 22 states. They would not say if it had been informed about the data breach. UPS also told FreightWaves they are looking into the breach. They would not discuss how many of their drivers may have been affected by that. Tailor Made Diagnostics CEO did not respond to request for comment. The ransomware gang behind this apparent cyber attack recently leaked data from the short line rail operator Omnitrax after they targeted their parent company, Bro Group. Conti has also leaked data from multiple healthcare providers since the start of the year. tailor-made diagnostics. They've got 2 clinics in the Hampton Roads region of Virginia, right there where Norfolk Southern is headquartered. All right, let's see. The leaked data included, what are we looking at? It included completed U.S. Department of Transportation mandated medical exams, as well as drug and alcohol testing reports for truckers and rail workers at multiple companies. Many documents contain detailed personal information such as full name, address, social security numbers, and scans of driver license. Those ransomware gangs have aggressively targeted the healthcare sector this past year, perhaps more so than transportation and logistics, but more and more the hackers are kind of double exhortation attacks, which leverage the threat of posting stolen data. Like, we've got this information, you don't pay us, it's all going up for the rest of the world to see. Apparently, in the month of December alone, they say 37 healthcare providers in this country reported hacking or unspecified technology incidents that compromised nearly 1.5 million patients. It's a very popular process. And oftentimes, well, it's becoming more and more popular because for every company or every healthcare provider that opts to go ahead and pay the ransomware fine, that just emboldens them more. If you're successfully making money in that fashion, hey, you're going to keep on keeping on. All right, with that, we'll get a quick break in here. Lines available at 844-844-3388 as we make our way into a Monday. Get the new week off and rolling. I am Steve Sommers, back after this.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass And the Smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
A gal by the name of Catherine Conway writes for the Fleet Owner, the publication Fleet Owner magazine, does a blog. And her latest installment said, "The time is always right to do what is right." And of course, today is Martin Luther King Jr. Day. Martin Luther King Jr., known for his civil rights advocacy through nonviolence, dedicated his life to fighting for equal rights on behalf of the African American community. And Catherine says, well, for almost a year, I've kind of dedicated this blog with a similar doctrine in mind, to showcase people within the trucking community doing what's right on behalf of others. Well, there you go. So she says, following King's words, here are 5 good things that happened in trucking this week. Of course, she popped that up on Friday. She's talking about the past week. First, for the 6th year, the Truckload Carriers Association has partnered with the Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund to haul the Wall That Heals. The exhibit that includes a 3/4 scale replica of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial alongside a mobile education center. Partnering with TCA allows us to continue our mission to honor and preserve the legacy of the Wall That Heals and educate all generations about the impact of the Vietnam War. Back in 2015, Truckload Carriers Association carrier members began hauling the exhibit, honoring the more than 3 million Americans who served in the U.S. Armed Forces during that war. Of course, bearing the names of the more than 58,000 men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice. Next up, Women in Trucking calls for their 2021 Female Driver of the Year nominees. Let's see. Sponsored by Walmart, the 2nd annual award recognizing outstanding female professional drivers who lead the industry in safety standards while actively working to enhance the public image of the trucking industry. Time is getting short. The nomination period will end February 1st. Female drivers are still in the minority. We consider them all to be pioneers today. Ellen Voya, Women in Trucking president. This award allows us to recognize a woman who's a positive example of a successful, accomplished driver. Give them the recognition they deserve. There are a few stipulations. The application is open to any female driver who has safely driven at least 1 million consecutive accident-free miles. The driver must be nominated by the motor carrier by which she is currently leased or employed and must have 3 years experience with that company. A personal statement explaining in 250 words or less why they should be selected. Then at least 3 letters of recommendation explaining in 250 words or less why the driver should be selected. And 2 print quality photographs. Get 2 photos. And what else do we have? XPO Logistics is partnering with Truckers Against Trafficking to fight against human trafficking with a $25,000 corporate sponsorship to help Truckers Against Trafficking's efforts to eradicate trafficking by training commercial drivers to recognize potential traffickers and victims. That's an organization we're all very well familiar with. Rolling Strong, we did touch on this story last week. To start 2021 off with fitness in mind, Rolling Strong has launched 2 wellness competitions. One called Leap into Health in 2021. That one's sponsored by Women in Trucking, as well as Highway to Health, sponsored by Trucker Path. All right, there you go. And we had one more, last on the list. On January 11th, UPS and FedEx took to social media to set aside their competitive past to spread some love and unity. Competition has its place, said UPSers in a tweet. But during a pandemic, we set that aside to deliver the holidays and life-saving vaccine. Together, UPS and FedEx are keeping the world moving and delivering hope. Maybe we should change the holiday colors to brown and purple. Hashtag deliver what matters. So FedEx had to chime in on the campaign as well. To the people who have helped keep the world going since the global pandemic began, we thank you for delivering hope for a better 2021, no matter your team. That was the FedEx tweet last week. All right. Now, they both said, here is to a better 2021. All right, back to our calls. Hey there, who's this?
Hey, this is Daryl out of Hesperia, Michigan. How are you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, I'm glad to hear it. I'm so happy you're back on. I can't believe it. I'm so happy for Hot Shot Secret to get you back out there. I've been listening to you for a long time. Way back when you were doing a gig with your dad on weekends there, and I remember when your dad retired, you took the show over. I go back as far as you remember Yoda and Elvis, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. Of course, Yoda's no longer with us, but Elvis is, he had a bad case of the COVID here a week or so ago.
Oh, he did? How's he doing? Is he doing okay?
I hadn't seen any post in a few days, so I know he was in the hospital for a brief time. He and his girlfriend both had it. She didn't get too sick, but he thought he was going to die.
Man, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everything goes good for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've been listening to you for a long time, and I really enjoy your show, and I'm just so happy you're back, and I'm glad I could pick you up. Now I can actually watch a show. If I miss some of it, I can pick up on it where I left off.
That's true.
And I got a small farm, you know, that Hot Shot Secret. I'm a big user of that on my farm. And I tell you, I got a Deutz, a 4-cylinder diesel, and I was having a lot of trouble with it, you know, not power-wise and not smoking a lot. And I'll tell you what, I was about ready to pull them injectors out. I remember you talking about Hot Shot Secret.
Mm-hmm.
I pulled the fuel filters and oil, and I put all that stuff in there. And I had a big day coming up because I do a lot of baling on the hay. And I'll tell you what, that thing smoothed out, and it ran, and it quit smoking on me. And I use that stuff repetitively in all my tractors right now.
How about that? That's what it's supposed to do.
Yep. But anyway, I just wanted to say hi. I'll get out of here. I'll let someone else get on. And this is actually my second time I talked to you since you've been on. I talked to you a while back when you were on the other show. But, hey, I'm going to listen to you, and I'm going to keep on trucking with the other guys. I like Monkey Gouger and all them guys. I love listening to all them guys out there.
All right. Well, hey, don't be a stranger.
Good day, Steve, and I wish the best for your family.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you tuning us in. You got it. Hey, I think it might be neighbor Dave.
It is.
What's going on?
It's not much. It's good to see you on the show.
Yeah?
I've been watching all week and tonight. Are you cold? I notice you keep folding your arms up putting your hands under your pits there. Are you cold in the studio?
Maybe just a little bit.
Okay, well, I know you got a big new heater in there.
Yeah, right.
I get Kyle to switch that back on for you. Well, I'm sitting at home. I don't have a job anymore. I guess I need to go get one, but it's nice seeing you on TV or on the screen. I guess it's not on TV, although I hear you can do that too now. Put it on your big screen, but then I'll fall asleep in my chair and won't get to see the show.
Yeah, I mean, we got if you got
But anyway,
if you got the smart TV thing, a smart TV has all that stuff built right into it, like the YouTube and the Roku, the Netflix, and I mean, there's a ton of stuff. Like what is it, the Amazon TV or Prime TV and all that kind of. So you can just flip down to YouTube and type in you got to go to the Hot Shot Secret one right now until I get 1,000 subscribers on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. But yeah, but before we had the smart TV, I mean, the DVD players nowadays, most of them, you've got a DVD player, you turn it on, and it pops up all those options for YouTube and whatnot. So you can watch it on the big screen if you want to see my ugly mug that big.
I was just thinking while I was listening tonight, I've seen you more on TV than I've seen you in the last year.
That's true.
I think I might have lost.
Thanks to COVID, yeah.
Yeah, because we haven't been out much. We did get to go to Cracker Barrel a couple times, which I know the princess liked. But I just wanted to say thanks, really, to Chris and Kyle and all the people at Hot Shot Secrets because, it's good that you're back on the air. And I know a lot of people out there on the road depend on you. I used to. And, now I can look out the window and be just down the street from you. We should probably tell people that I'm not really your neighbor, even though my neighbor Dave. I think we were going to do that once years ago.
Yeah.
I live close, but I'm not a neighbor on your street or anything.
Oh, hell, you're probably,
neighbors.
good 4 or 5 miles, ain't it?
Yeah.
I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
But I got some new technology working here.
What's that?
My grandson came over the weekend, Friday night, and he hooked me up on Facebook. I've never been on Facebook before, and before your show started last Monday, I've never been on YouTube before. I know I'm a little behind the times. I was chatting with somebody tonight on one of these, and they said, "Welcome to the 1990s," and I think that's about right.
That's funny. So you had never been on Facebook or YouTube, either one, huh?
No, well, I guess I was on YouTube on some like instructional videos.
Yeah.
When I needed to do something around the house or something, but other than that, no. I'm brand new to social media here.
Wow.
I've been chit-chatting all night or texting all night on, and also I have both up. I'm watching you on YouTube on the computer, and then I got Facebook up now for the first time ever. Thanks for friending me, by the way. I wouldn't have any friends if it wasn't for you and I just thought I'd call in. I know sometimes on Sunday nights it gets a little slow.
That's true.
On the phones.
Yep.
And I just thought I'd call in. I was going to call in last week, but, it's hard for me to call in and follow the intelligent callers. I mean, I'm not out on the road anymore, and I'm just chit-chatting as a friend. So I hate to call in and get stuck behind a Ranger or, any of the good callers. I figure Sunday nights sometimes a little slow.
There you go.
I'd call in. I do want to comment on one thing. Every time you call Eagle and he's snoring, I just bust out laughing. That's funny as hell. That's just funny as hell.
Yep.
But anyway, I'll let you go. I know you got more important things to do.
All right.
So,
Well, hey, thanks for checking in.
Yep. Thanks to Chris and everybody, and talk to you soon.
Welcome to the 1990s. There you go.
Yeah.
That's funny. Looking at 11 before the hour. And, wow, the first time ever on Facebook and first time on YouTube. Now, for me, I've never been on Twitter, I've never been on Instagram, so there's a lot of stuff that I'm not familiar with either. But hey there, Mr. Stone, what's happening?
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Good show, as always. I certainly got my attention when you were talking about the Pennsylvania move-over law, and that's near and dear to me.
Yes, sir.
Pennsylvania was the 22nd state to adopt the Slow Down to Get Around campaign to be incorporated with the move-over law. California, sometimes as backward as they were the 23rd state to adopt it. But now, as you were talking about first responders, Steve, are you aware that wrecker drivers, they have a high frequency of fatal accidents, not just injuries, fatal accidents on the roadway, a lot of times in a situation where a police officer has to leave before the scene is cleared, that wrecker driver is out there by himself, or in a disabled vehicle situation, they're all by himself. I've seen several situations here in Louisville, where I'm currently living, and in Florida, all the states that I've worked in, wrecker drivers are at risk in a big, big way.
Yeah.
In fact, a study showed that about 43 wrecker drivers a year are killed in the public roadway.
Wow.
I mean, that's just a high number. In the solid waste industry, it still is the number one killer of workers in the solid waste industry. And it just amazes me how we cannot accept the fact, yeah, we're in a hurry, we got places to go, but when you see a vehicle on the side of the road, I don't care if it's a Papa John's pizza delivery person, that human drove that vehicle there. See, that's the whole premise of the slow down, to get around.
I'm just amazed at how many individual. I mean, what is it? Is it the modern technology in vehicles that are distracting people? Is it buried in the smartphones or whatever, or texting and not paying attention to what's in front of them?
Well, that's a great question. To me, after about 15 years of being involved in this, I think there's two components. One is the technology involved in the vehicles, and you can drive down any interstate and just glance over and look at the number of people that are texting on their phone while they're driving. It's amazing. Every trucker sees it. They look over and they see that person on the phone and just kind of shake your head. That's all you can do. The other scenario is just HUA. Now, that's a very defined police term. Have you ever heard that term, Steve?
I'm trying to think what it might be. I'm not familiar. HUA.
Yeah, that's driving HUA. That's head up ass.
Okay. Okay, I got you.
Very technical, okay?
Yeah.
But now, that person that's driving in that form and manner, a lot of times they're just in a hurry to go where they're going. They don't care about nothing else but getting to their destination. And that's a shame, because post-accident, they're very remorseful. But then, I'm sorry, it's too late. You've already critically injured somebody. And by the way, Steve, I have been promoting the show. I know some of our front-load waste drivers, they usually start about midnight or 1 o'clock. One of our guys over here named Seth Bowling, I think, was real interested in tuning into the show. But waste collection drivers across the country, a lot of the front-end guys, they start about midnight or 1 o'clock in the morning to avoid the traffic. Otherwise, they get gridlocked.
Yep.
So I'm hoping that a lot of those guys tune in and watch the show. I'm hoping Seth is. I hope when he gets in today, he can tell me that, yep, saw the show, great, love it. So I hope the numbers continue to grow. And by the way, I've been looking for Hot Shot Secrets. Now, Steve, I know that you say that they're located at TSE stores. Do you have a list of other locations you can buy it at, retail?
I do. You have to hang on a second.
Help me out here, because I know the TSA stores have them, but I've checked a few places. I drove to Cincinnati this weekend for an event.
Okay.
And I stopped at a couple places trying to find it.
All right. Of course,
Truck Stop
like
and,
everything else, you got Amazon, Autos. Now they don't all carry all the products. Some of them just carry like the Stiction Eliminator and the Diesel Extreme. Others might carry more. Summit Racing. You got O'Reilly Auto Parts, Menards, Tractor Supply, all the truck stops. TA, Petro, Pilot, Rural King, Advance Auto Parts, Myers, the Loves and the Flying J's. So. And that's just like the big names, and they got a bunch. They got a bunch of other certified dealers around the country.
Good deal. Now, Steve, okay, in my own personal pickup truck, you know, I hear the commercial. It's a Dodge Ram. I don't know if it's Dodge Ram or just Ram, but I hear the guy talking about the Ram transmissions. But now, do they have a gasoline product? Hot Shot Secrets.
Yes, they do. They've got a gasoline Extreme. You know, the Diesel Extreme, obviously, for your diesel pickup. You've got a gasoline Extreme for your automobile. Yes, sir. And the Stiction Eliminator is usable in diesel and automobile.
Okay, I am going to get some today at some point because a couple of those places that you mentioned are very close to me, and I'm going to start trying it out. And again, continuing to promote the show.
Very good.
I love it, and you know I've been around for years and years.
Yes.
Back in your dad's day when, you know, I fell asleep one time on 275. I was a night shift driver at Rumpke, and I fell asleep right by the Kroger plant on 275. Steve, I know I did not wake up. I was not conscious again until I was in the tunnel in Laughlin on 75. I was so scared. I got out of the truck, smoked a couple of cigarettes, and I got back in the truck and had the trucking bozo on as loud as I could make it. Stopped at the Country Kitchen in what was it there, Carthage. Had me a cup of coffee and scared to death. From that time on, the trucking bozo was my wake up alarm.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, I know you've been with me for a number of years, and it's always good to hear from you, Larry. Thanks for what you do, and thanks for helping promote the show.
All right, brother. Good luck. Keep in touch.
All right, and we'll look forward to hearing from you again. There you go. All right, let me see here. Got one of the comments from like the YouTube page. To Hot Shot Secret, thank you for bringing Steve back. Big thumbs up. Not a trucker, but I always listen. 15 years plus working the night shift. All right. Thank you so much for Jay. Thanks for being with us this morning. And thanks to all for helping us out to get through another night. I get so tired of you saying, Steve, you get me through the night. Well, you know what? You get me through the night, too. And we rely on that. It's a two-way street. With that, though, we'll wrap things up here for a Monday. Have a great day. Like us on Facebook. Subscribe on YouTube. Go to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive on YouTube. Let's get those numbers up. And we'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but